Hi, boys and girls. Thank you for joining us again for the rematch. Let's talk geeky. Yay! And
The
tonight we have Wendology, Jim, and Darren. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Let's talk geeky. So, what have you been up to this week?
Oh, my goodness. Just a busy old day today, but today we watched an episode of classic Tom Baker's Who.
Who's got an echo on?
Darren, I think.
Yeah, guilty as charged.
I thought I could hear my voice, and I was thinking.
We swear we're professionals in streaming here.
I forgot to reverse the polarity. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hiya.
At least you didn't cross the stream, Darren.
Yes, that would be bad.
I'm a little fuzzy on the whole good
nice to
bad.
see everyone again. As well.
All our proton packs.
Yeah.
Right, Ben. So you've said hi.
Benj.
I get some peace right now. Right, Robbie.
It looks like he got the trim.
Yes, he's looking very handsome.
Who? Me or him?
I refuse. I plead the fifth.
I like the shirt, PJ. I just noticed.
Well, everybody kept saying I was an old git, so
yes.
Hi, Robbie.
Grandad training.
Yep, Granda. Not granddad, Granda. Because I had a Granda. I had two Grandas, and I had thingy. So it's a da, not a granddad or a pop.
Yep. Hi, Robbie.
Hey,
disaster.
That's where I think that the language I grew up with had a simpler way of, at least in this case, clarifying it. So it was, if your granddad was your father's father, it was father, as in far. If it was your mother's or mother's father, it was father, so far. So you had a very explicit distinction how the lineage came out.
Yes.
So basically, you're saying is my mother's father is a mofo.
Yes. But
if
it was your mother's, she would have been a momo.
Your mother was a hamster.
And your father smelled like elderberries.
And hello to Colin as well. I saw you in the chat as well.
Yes.
I've got my protection around me. And I've got the boys sitting there like Wolfman, Ash, Cylon, the giant robot, the doctor sitting there. I'll bring them all in.
I think I got you beat. I got the ultimate duo.
Shut up.
I've been practicing that all week.
That's very good, yes.
Really
I just noticed that if I can get the howl down okay, then I can get it just perfect by going.
Yeah. What are the dogs doing?
They're actually in the
good.
living room. I have to do it when they're not here because the last time I did it, the two of them went nuts.
It's actually a full moon tonight, so that's good timing.
Nice.
I shouldn't have shaved because it'll start going.
Fight. Yeah.
So, remember last time I said the next time I'd be on, I would wear my Dungeons and Dragons t-shirt, and I'm not because, believe it or not, I'm going to be a grandad this weekend, assuming the baby's actually going to arrive on time.
Oh my God!
He's due Monday.
Excellent.
Monday. They've got it checked. It should be a boy. Boy or girl. It's going to be a geek. Either way. However, so I'm wearing this because I'm
well, of course, that you're allowed.
Yeah,
you're allowed.
But I did say I would wear my Dungeons and Dragons t-shirt. Remember I said about my 2 characters that I killed off so I could get ready for another one. So I brought my t-shirt.
Oh, that's right. Those 2 characters you created. Oh, Snark
I basically
and Rubble.
Rubble. Yep. So basically, that's my 2 Dungeons and Dragons. Snark was a goblin rogue, and Rubble was the dwarven fighter.
Yeah,
when
you could
off,
not
I got
possibly tell that it was a dwarven with the axes on the front.
Yes. So basically, I did say I would wear it, but I dug it out just so you could see that. Yeah, I when I play Dungeons and Dragons, I usually wear my Snark and Rubble t-shirt. I designed it myself, and I got my niece who does that to print it up for me. It looks absolutely cool.
So. Be careful, Grand Moff is looking for where the wolf bane is.
Ooh. Oh yes. Hey, Mr. Brown's Alliance.
Evening.
Yes. Hi. I still need to speak to Mr. Brown because I'm still not worked out how to actually block it so people who aren't. I don't want just subscribers to comment. I just don't want the porno ones to comment.
It's internet, and everybody that is above the age of, shall we say, 30, they know the classic tune that internet is made for.
I'm expecting a bam bam.
No, it's. But hey, they still give us views. They still give us extra clicks and all that.
Yes, I had to do that. That's exactly it. See, there you go. See, I love the fighter class in Dungeons and Dragons. The only criticism I've got of it is every other class seems to have a leg up on it. So you got a barbarian, and he can he gets a half any damage when he's going berserk, or he basically damages half. He does a lot of damage, and his damage is half. Yes, he can't wear armor, however, because of the half damage, it's in effect doing a lot of things. A fighter has got the attack, and that is it. You would have to be a paladin or something like that, which have magic on top of that. And unless you purchase something to supplement your fighter, he's effectively got his attack. There's nothing special with it unless you go down certain routes and it gets you magic. But you, as a bog standard fighter, they get nothing special. You would expect maybe because all the other ones get the sneak attack or the magic, and you get a cantrip, or you get the barbarian and stuff like that. Yeah, I think a fighter maybe get an extra attack. Doesn't it's just a single attack, and that's the only criticism I've got of fighter. I love them. I love a fighter. And basically, I do.
You see, my love of the whole tabletop Dungeons and Dragons that kit is, for me, Dungeons and Dragons, that was nice enough, but I managed to stumble across a similar type of game where they built a different universe called Eon. Echo, Omega, November. EON.
Yeah.
And they had different characters, but when you rolled your character in the beginning, it was literally the same as D&D. 1 to 18, strength, dexterity, stamina, vitality, But you got to choose trait when you started, and it was a gamble. So you said, I want 1 trait. You had to roll a die. And if you didn't succeed, you got the negative trait. If you succeeded, you got the positive trait. And my friend got the perfect character ever. A barbarian with strength 3. Albino. No sense of direction.
Oh, that sounds like me.
And his career path was he was a guide. He couldn't be out in sunlight. He had no sense of direction, and his job was to guide people. That is, for me, a hilarious character play. and he wasn't even strong, so he couldn't even fight. But he had massive amount of charisma, massive amount of stamina, so he could literally walk up to a dragon and just like kiss it, and even if the dragon like snapped at him, it's like that was like 2 hit points, and I got like 400 left.
Wow.
I used to
Hi, Carol.
I had a rogue snap. Basically, he was also a coward. Hence the reason why he was a rogue. So he would run away and then hide and then attack from hiding.
Yeah, as you see, would you put your
we're 12.
Hi, Carol,
That's
and
okay.
yes, happy Easter, everyone. Happy Passover. Happy Saturday.
Happy Easter. Happy Passover.
Yep, and I've never played Tunnels or Trolls. I've not even heard of Tunnels and Trolls, and I do like watching Dungeons and Dragons online. I want to play Dungeons and Dragons online. No played Dungeons and Dragons for over a year and a half.
You see, I like the games. I think they came out in the 90s. Bard's Tale. Because they had
GURPS, so I have. I've played GURPS in the past. That was one we played we played GURPS when I was in uni. One of my friends had it, and we rolled our characters up and played Red Dwarf. One of my friends, we played it for an hour and a half, and all we did was try to get him away from the mirror. An hour and a half gameplay to get him away from a mirror.
That was Cat. It had to be Cat.
So well. He played it so well. For an hour and a half, we could not get him away from a mirror. Every time we had to lift him, but he would grab the corner of the mirror, and it was basically just. But yeah, we had fun. We used to play that GURPS and stuff like that. So I've played different formats of the game, but I still want to play it again. Not played it since my friends moved up north. And I'll not see them until next year when they're getting married. So,
well, wait, there's a place further north than you are.
Just slightly, yes. They've moved up to the place where a leisure centre is 2 sheep tied to a pole. That's an Aberdonian leisure centre.
What's it called?
Two sheep tied to a pole. Why do Scotsmen wear a kilt? So the sheep don't hear the zip. But I've heard them all, so I thought I might actually join them. Right, let's see. I'm just catching up.
Yeah, we have barely started in it.
Yes, I know, and I've got bits and bobs. I've got a pile of stuff here
because he's got really nice black fingernail polish.
I need that today. I've not even opened it.
What is it?
Sentinel.
Oh, nice. Oh, you've got quite a stash there, Jim.
Nice.
Yes.
I got the stash, 10 DVDs, because the charity shop is getting desperate now. It's 10 DVD. They don't care how many DVDs it's inside. You get 10 for £1.
Wow.
Blimey, that's not bad.
Yep. I've got one. I thought I didn't have it, and I turned around and I had it. So I've got a set that I'm going to keep aside for once we reach 250 subscribers, and it's a Marx Brothers set, 4 movies. Ooh. I've got the full set with all of the movies, but I didn't realise that I thought I'd only had part of it, and I didn't have the whole set. And I went, oops, and I bought it, but it was only £1, so I can't complain at that. So the Marx Brothers set, I'll need to dig that out. It's sitting
the price
there.
Was right.
Well, that's the thing. And I bought it. Even I thought I wasn't entirely sure it was a really good quality copy. So if it was a duplicate, I could pick the best of the two. Although the one I had was still a really good quality. Yeah. So, well, I'm good because I've not watched any of it. So
yeah, we're certainly not watching it. I'd rather watch paint dry.
Truthfully, I would rather watch Pertwee Sea Devil one any time of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So let's see what's behind me. What's behind me?
Yeah, I was forgetting it was even on. If I'm honest, a couple of people tweeted about it today, but to be honest, I didn't even think about it until I saw a couple of comments about it today. Yeah. But
I know I saw it was in Gary's. Gary was talking about it. I've got one somewhere up there. I think I've got one of the Sea Devils up there.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, a nice Sea Devil statue. I wonder if does Eagle Moss make those? They must have, because they've done all the original monsters. Yeah,
they do, because the ones that are down here, things like the Sensorites.
Yes.
So they will have them.
And we need to get a Sea Devil. That would be cool.
I'll need to double check. I think I've got a Sea Devil up top. It's right up the top, but so I would need to actually climb up to see.
No,
because otherwise I would need to actually try and lift the whole set down, and I don't want to do that.
Don't do that.
No, don't do that. I might actually have to bring my ash down as well for handers. So I will. Oh, he's lost his. See the stand for him. I need to get a decent stand. That's the stand you got with it. A wee teeny circle thing, and
it's quite small. Yeah, it's probably a bit.
I want to get a proper stand
balanced.
One of my friends, his brother has got a big collection of great stuff, and he's got a Wolfman bust, full size. And I like it. He's got a load of this stuff, and he was sending pictures. He's got things like Gremlins with the chainsaw and dressed as Freddy. He's got Freddy with and it's signed.
Ooh, that's
he's
nice.
also got Jason Voorhees, the bust. He's got a load of really, really good stuff. Still. I can get it. It's the first time the echo actually works for me.
It's good to be 12 again. God damn.
As I keep on saying, I grew old, I never grew up.
That's right.
Hey, I had ice cream for breakfast. I swear I'm an adult. I pay my taxes. I pay my rent on time. I had ice cream for breakfast. I will just give you that.
And why not?
Yes. Well, that's the thing. I've always said that. I've always said I've grown old. I've never grown up. In my head,
Correct.
I'm still that same kid that collected all the toys and played with all the toys.
Yeah.
Because I collect the toys and I still play with them. Hence the reason why even my wee nightlight is outplayed with, although it's just unfortunate. It gives you a great light. Well, for a nightlight, it just gives you a dull light, which is perfect for a nightlight.
Yeah, you don't want it to be too bright,
very well. No.
Yeah.
And that is it just looks great sitting there on the desk, especially when at night you just pop it, and that way you can move around without any hassles. And it's
very nice.
3D printed. It was so, and I was expecting, because I never purchased any 3D printed stuff, because one of my friends used to do it, and every so often I would see the raw stuff before he sanded it down and all that, and it just still looked a wee bit rough. So I always thought, And then I got that one 3D printed, and my God, the quality is different. He's obviously had an early printer, and that's what I've seen.
I'm sure it's come on now, hasn't it? Yeah, because they've been around for ages now.
Yes. So when he had the early printer, that's what I was seeing. What is it, bud? Oh, sorry. We've got something else too.
I was just going to say, I just
had a haircut.
There he is.
He was the one you couldn't see his face, remember? Right,
yeah.
Yeah.
No matter what people say, I've got 2 more people coming in. 2 more people coming in. And sorry, Sadaka, I missed you. Sorry, I was getting too distracted. And Ian.
Hey.
Hello.
What a lovely surprise.
I just brought Sadaka in, and he must have actually not realised. I don't know how long he'd been sitting there.
Nah, not long.
Sorry.
I didn't know he was coming on.
How are you guys? All right?
All right.
Not too bad. Ian, yourself? How's things?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Good to see you.
Happy Easter.
Good to see you, pal. How you doing?
It is here.
All right.
Oh, yeah, he's back. Lovely.
And now there's 6 of us.
And they were 6. Oh, this is lovely.
Yep.
Nice surprise.
What are we talking about then today?
We are talking about. Well, we've been talking about Dungeons and Dragons. We have been talking about the Wolfman.
That's scary.
I'll be practicing that.
I was just going to say we just need a couple of hobbits and we have ourselves a fellowship.
Yes.
Fellowship of the Bling. We're not quite the ring.
Fellowship of the Bling. I love it.
God. I mean, you guys, right, are all geeks, right? Especially our host. Have you got the? Did you get the director's Star Trek director's cut? By the way, I'm thinking of getting it, but I don't like the film. I really don't like the film.
Which film?
You're talking about the original one.
Oh, the motion picture.
See, I was watching. Do you know who I was watching? I was watching one today, and it was about the motion picture. I need to check my history.
While she's looking for that, I saw the one in 6 figures.
Yes.
And I was just going, I so want that, but I've already burnt myself out. Spoiler, it will be revealed on Wednesday.
But what I'm saying is that they've got the director's cut out, haven't they? And I've seen footage of it, and they've corrected a couple of things. It looks gorgeous, but I really don't like the film. But I was just wondering if anybody had it, and they could tell me. Okay, because I'm thinking of getting it.
I've still only got the video version.
I think the original looked visually stunning as it is already, considering the time it was made. It's absolutely beautiful. I do understand why people go, it's like, not mine, because slow pacing and all that, but visually, it is stunning.
Yes.
I know, what's his name? Somebody did a video on it.
Dave Cullen.
Dave Cullen.
That's the one I was watching today.
Yeah, he did a video on it, right? And he was going how it's a masterpiece and stuff like that. And I'm like, haven't you not forgotten the acting was terrible? It was slow, right? It looking visual doesn't make it a good film. Do you know what I mean? Same thing I think about 2001. I thought 2001 was good looking, but it was a boring, horrible movie.
I think I quit.
He was talking about 2001. I'm going to defend 2001. I think it was a great movie.
I mean, I've got total respect for you if that's your opinion, but my opinion was it was slow, it was dull, and it was boring. But that's just me, you know.
See, the thing is, I've watched a couple of times
for me because it was no. Look, it had a good use of cliffhangers. 2001. It's like every so often, like there'll be a cliffhanger. It's like, because like there's a scene on the moon where the monolith first
appears,
sends that transmission. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but it also sends that transmission, and then it's like, okay, what's going to happen next? And like it keeps you in the dark about what's going to happen next. And I thought it was very good use of tension, use of cliffhangers. I don't think it was dull.
Well, it's like Marmite, isn't it? You either like it or you don't.
Absolutely,
and I don't like it.
I mean, at the very first time I saw the Star Trek the motion picture, I hated it because I just found that the characters just weren't gelling like they were. They were very stiff. It was a little bit too slow paced for me. Lots of things I had issues with. I have grown to appreciate it more for some of the artistic elements, but it's still literally like probably at the bottom of my list of Star Trek films that I have seen. I don't know if I've seen just for me personally, but I think it was again visually absolutely stunning, beautifully done, and I loved the sort of scene where they take Kirk past the Enterprise. But I thought that particular scene could have been cut down a little bit because it did go on for a little while long, just a tiny bit too long.
It's basically porn. That was I was the opposite. See, when I first saw it, I loved it because of the visuals of it.
Mm-hmm.
Same as 2001. I loved it because of the way it was thingy. But see, after watching it the first time, I got bored with it. The second time or the third time, it just seemed to be right.
It's not
See, the
playable, is
visuals
it?
the first time was great,
Mm.
but seeing them again, and it was just almost like it became too slow for me. Whereas the first time I saw it, I loved it because of all the visuals and stuff like that.
By the way, I've got I've probably mentioned this before. I've got a book called Star Trek Phase 2, because before they were going to do the movie,
they were going to do
the revival series, and they did have a script for the pilot, which is going to be called In Thy Image. Now that is basically the motion picture, but it's like an earlier script of it, and it's actually, if you read it, it's a lot better, it's a lot slicker. You think, why didn't they film this version? It's like it was much better. And it feels like somehow translation from the TV version to the movie version, they took out a lot of what made the script good.
I think Wise, Robert Wise wanted to go in a different direction. Plus, there was a lot of time wasted, but also they had a deadline to meet, so the film was rushed anyway. So, I mean, the thing is, though, for me, when I first saw it, I was very disappointed in it. I loved the visuals. I think it looks stunningly wonderful. But for me, the film is slow and the acting is atrocious, especially from William Shatner, I found. And I'm being honest here. You know, I mean, I'd watch it again, but it's not, as Wendy says, it's not in my priority of the best Star Trek movies. Definitely.
I think they just felt a bit rusty. Yeah. They just felt a bit rusty, all of them, you know, which isn't a slight against the actors at all. But I think at the end of the day, they hadn't filmed together, I don't believe, for quite a few years. So I think at the minimum, that film, because they hadn't been filming together since the series then, needed that, you know, a really good... it needed to more focus on the characters, I think, to bring them back together again in the best possible way. Whereas the story of that was visually stunning. It was a fascinating story. I love the story behind it. It was so cool. But I think it detracted from seeing the characters come back. But I guess to a certain extent, they were supposed to be coming. Well, Spock was supposedly not, you know, hadn't seen them in however many years he'd been away. Yeah. So that was intended to be quite a sort of cold reunion, I suppose, if you will. But it was, it just, it needed to concentrate either on the characters or, you know, I don't know. It just didn't.
It was like the difference between the I think Critical Drinking literally in the last 36 hours put it out there, because he said he's quitting watching Picard.
Oh yes,
because
I Kelly as well.
Okay, but he was that.
I agree.
He was so spot on that it was the build-up. It was the flaws, the insecurities. I'm not really sure what I need to do here, but I know I need to step up to the plate. Whereas there is nothing like that in Picard. It's just like, oh, there's some bad guys over there. Let's go.
I only watched the first 4 episodes of Picard, and I just gave up. Like
I didn't even watch one because I've got zero confidence in anything new now, and unless somebody actually recommends it, I trust. I wouldn't even give it a go. Like, for instance, Resident Alien. Thought, oh God, no, not a day, not a day. And then it was recommended a couple of times by different people, and I thought, give it a go. And it wasn't that bad. I quite enjoyed the first season. Second season went a bit downhill.
Second season feels like you've been at sea in a tiny little boat. You fished and you like haul the fish up. It's just flopping around on the bottom of your boat.
Second season went woke. That's why I stopped watching it.
Yeah.
We watched it because we were doing a review, and then obviously I had to take a break, and we never got the final 3 seasons down. I watched them last week for the first time, and the bits I complained about the early on, and it changed, went back again. But we will do eventually. Me, Jim, and Colin will finish off the last 3 episodes at one point. But no, it's the same idea. I very rarely watch something that is new, because I've got zero confidence in it. And when I see something, if somebody recommends something and it's good, like Boss Level, I'm quite happy to sing its praise because I'm pleasantly surprised that something doesn't actually have that.
Still, I praised Boss Level because it's basically Groundhog Day, but it's the best use of the time loop I have ever seen. And I think
Groundhog Day meets John Wick.
Yes, exactly. And I think this is something Hollywood does not promote anymore. It's like wholesome family relationships. Because if you see it, sad to say, it's a bit of a spoiler. So close your eyes and ears for like the next like 30 seconds. It's the dad is using his time loop. He knows he's not getting out of it, but he uses it to get more familiar with his son that he has neglected. And he comes to realize he neglected his son. He has no clue what he likes and all of that stuff, but he's using the time loop to get more familiar with his son, which any responsible father should do. So for me, that was absolutely spot on. Also like the action, because the action is actually very comedic. It's literally spot on for all the action sequences there are. The short ass midget that plants like explosives on him. Fantastic. The angry two girls.
Even the fact that you can see the boredom of he's gone through the loop that many times, even though this guy's trying to kill him and he's overly angry, he just out the way, step aside, stop, and stuff like that. And he does it in a bored way, like grab the coffee, and I've been through this that many times. Even this doesn't freak me out. It's because I know exactly what's going to happen. And it's that I liked about it, because it actually gives you that, because it's not a case of every time he goes in as if this is the first time in his fight. It's almost a case of you can imagine he's been through this multiple times that he's getting bored with it.
Well, we're it's the same thing, at day 143, aren't we? When he wakes up the first time in the film, it's like day 143.
Something like that. It is. He's been through it that many times that he's talking you through the timing.
It's a format that's been done so many times, though. I mean, it's that even that horror film. I can't remember if there was a horror film that did that as well. But you know, it's well, you know, it's Groundhog Day. That's basically what it is with violence. But I wanted to talk about films that you'd seen in the past, and also now you see it in a different light. As I said, I saw Star Trek in the past, didn't like it. Now I see Star Trek and I still don't like it. But what I'm saying, is there films that you've seen in the past and then see it again and you think, wow, you know, that was better than I thought it was, or I have a better appreciation for it? I know Blade Runner for me is one of them, because when I first saw Blade Runner, I thought it was boring as hell. But when I see it as an adult, I think it's close to a masterpiece, but not quite, in my opinion. But I wonder if you guys, if there were any films that you've seen. Go on.
There is one which we did recently. Was Jaws. I remember the first time I saw Jaws. It was a case of, what was everybody going on about with this movie? It was just about a shark, and the shark didn't even look that great. But now it is just one of the best movies out there. It is absolutely stunning, and it's just the idea. It is absolutely.
I agree fully.
He's got to show off his orca now.
Here's one.
I love that.
Yeah, it is.
Basically,
I loved it that much that as soon as I saw this, I had to get.
You should put that on full screen, by the way.
But when you look closely at Jaws and you do a deep dive, you realize how brilliant that film really is.
Absolutely, it isn't about the shark. It's about the shark is the antagonist of the film, but it's how the characters interact with each other. It's about primal fears. It's about you know, the tenderness of the relationship between Chief Brody and his wife Ellen, and it's them trying to fit in to a completely different style of living, a completely different, you know, day-to-day life. You know, they're not accepted by the islanders. They're, they're kind of outcasts a little bit, which is what happens when you move to a new, a new area. It takes a long time to settle in. But there's so much.
That's also something that is a little bit of a, shall we say, blast from the past, because we have so many countries.
Now, there's a movie I loved from day one. Blast from the past.
Blast from the past, Brendan Fraser, yes, but when it comes to Jaws,
got a whole bag of
the era it was set in, it is communities were literally communities back then.
Yes.
You had to be part of them for such a long time to really grow into it, to be part of it, to the potluck, to know.
But you know what it is, Jim?
Has a birthday.
But you know what it is, Jim, is because of the internet, people feel like they don't need to meet people now. They can meet them on the internet. But in those days, there was no such thing as the internet. And your community was the way you communicated with the outside world beyond your house. And that's why communities were so important, you know.
It was.
I mean, I felt so guilty for because I joined Facebook in the earliest days, but I quickly realized this is just nonsense. And then I kept Facebook for like 6 or 7 years. Only for a reminder, this is your friend's birthday.
Yeah.
That was all. Facebook to see pictures from my family, so I would go on and see any of the pictures they've done.
Same here.
Yeah.
Oh. Has anyone seen Uncharted? Yeah, Jerry Anderson's Uncharted. I've not.
No.
Is that the film with Tom Holland? No.
I like the Uncharted games, but I haven't finished any of them.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I just want to follow what you just said. I think about communities. I think that's why, like the old slasher movies, like Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street. Main reason I think they work in a way that have a more of a lasting impact than like a slasher movie today is that back then it felt like if a murder in the town like had an effect on the town, like the town knew about it, the town were affected by that loss. It became part of the mythology of the community. Whereas nowadays it's not. It's a trope. It's like it's part of this is what happens in these movies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah,
it feels like such a loss because I think I'm trying to remember the name. I think it's called The Dome or something. It is one of Stephen King's books, but they made it into a TV show.
Under the Dome.
Under the Dome, yes. So basically an entire town, it's a big dome, force field, whatever. They can't get out. Nobody can get in. They have to figure out what's going on.
And
yes, that's a brilliant book. But I was quite impressed with the TV movie that they did of it, like the series.
Yeah.
But
it comes back to that. It was a community. People knew each other.
Yeah.
People actually know the neighbor. They even if they don't know them by name, at least they go, "Good morning."
Yes.
Think of it as the Truman Show. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was a film I really liked. I really thought was okay, but now I think it's brilliant. When I saw it as a kid, I don't know if you guys remember a film called Time After Time with Malcolm McDowell.
Yes.
I saw that when I was a kid and thought it was great, and I saw it recently, and I think it's absolutely terrific. Now that I've seen it again, it's basically Malcolm McDowell plays H.G. Wells. And he creates a time machine. Obviously, this is fantasy. And within his friend community, Jack the Ripper is one of his friends, but he doesn't know it's Jack the Ripper.
I recognize it now.
Yeah, it's a great film, even by today's standards. It's really good. You really feel sorry for the characters and stuff.
Yeah, because they come into the present day, and Jack basically says he fits.
Yes, yeah, he does. And the music was done by the same guy who did Star Trek 2, was one of his very first jobs. James Horner.
James Horner, yeah.
It was the same director, that's why. It was
of course.
Nicholas Meyer.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a great movie. Personally.
I'm sure I saw that like decades ago, but I definitely have not seen that. I don't know if Darren has seen that one either, but I think I don't know if it's available to catch up with, like on Prime or something, but that could be interesting to watch.
I saw it on Prime. That you have to pay though, but I saw it. I tell you one thing about movies is that it's really funny because if you get enough people saying something is really good, then it's kind of like a cancer. It spreads towards you, and then it kind of clouds what you really think of it. I'll give an example, right? Everybody now says that the voiceover in Blade Runner was rubbish. But I think the voiceover in Blade Runner made the movie. I love the voiceover in Blade Runner because everybody else is saying, doesn't mean you say I have to. If somebody's jumping off a cliff, I'm not going to jump off a cliff. Do you know what I mean? Well, I actually think it's great.
When I was growing up, I was weird, but everybody else was into sports and stuff like that. I never changed. I basically stuck with what I like. Didn't matter what other people think.
See, I've never seen the movies. I've never seen the voiceover version, but I do feel like a lot of the long ears, it feels like something's missing. And I feel like if you had the voiceover, then maybe there's something to fill the void, if you know what I mean.
The voiceover, is, for me, is what made it. And a lot of people complain about the ending. The ending was a happy ending in the first version. And quite rightly so. I mean, Deckard went through hell. And he's found something that he can actually love because he's so lonely. And he finds something he can actually love, no matter if it's a human or not. And he drives away into the sunset with her. What is wrong with that?
Well,
shouldn't do that.
Yeah, but Deckard was an arsehole.
He was
a murderer. He was a... I mean,
you got to look at it in context, right? You say he's a murderer, but he's destroying... the way he saw it, obviously his whole conception of it changed. He saw it as animated objects, didn't he? He saw it as deconstructing objects. But because he fell in love with Rachel, he saw it now as something completely different. And also his encounter with Batty made him look at the whole thing differently. And I love the ending. I love that he basically, grew as a character. Because in the other version, he basically comes to the same conclusion, and then the door closes in the lift and it ends, and you're like, what? So I don't know. I think sometimes when critics say something, you kind of persuade secretly or subconsciously persuaded by them that it's a good movie. Same thing with 2001. Same thing with people are saying now Star Trek: The Motion Picture is a masterpiece, which I still don't think it is. Same thing with a lot of other films as well, and I don't know. I know what you guys think. This is just my opinion, but it'd be nice to see what you guys think of that whole subject of being influenced by, powerful people who says so-and-so is good and so-and-so is bad, and
Well, I think that's definitely a possibility. Like say when you read a critic's review, it does sort of infect you a little bit, about the movie. But I would still, like, if I really wanted to see it, I would still watch it. But if it's a really bad review, that could put me off, not because I'm just going to blindly accept their take on it, but if I find their arguments sound, or if I find that they seem to make sense and it doesn't seem to be like a film that I would like, then it will tend to sort of sway me away from it. But I think what's nice now is we can go back and watch these films years and years later, whereas at one time, if you missed it in the theater, that was it. And, you might be able to, find a copy of it if you're lucky, especially if it's an obscure film.
Yeah.
But now we can watch these films over and over again, and much later on. So we have that frame of reference.
Yeah.
I must admit, sometimes with a reviewer, or somebody out there, if they recommend something, if they've recommended something in the past and I've checked it out and I liked it, then yes, I might listen to them then. But the first time somebody that I like recommends something, if it doesn't sound, if I know what I've seen the trailers or whatever, or somebody's mentioned what it's about, if it doesn't spark with me, it doesn't matter what they think or say, you need to watch this. I'll give you an example, which is people will hate me for it. Breaking Bad. Everybody told me to watch Breaking Bad, and I thought it was the biggest load of crap out there. But stick with it. Season 1, season 2 is better.
You see, I can't agree.
With the end of it, I was glad they all died. I didn't care. But
exactly.
that was 4 or 5 seasons wasted, and I'm sitting there thinking people are saying this is fantastic. Gary from Nerdrotic thinks it's great. No, it was a waste of time because I listened to people and I still hate it. No matter what. The only character that was good was Saul. Yeah, I wouldn't watch that Better Call Saul because Breaking Bad was so bad. So I don't care if people say this is better.
I don't say that Breaking Bad was bad. It was nothing there to capture me.
That's exactly. I understand people love it, and I don't have an issue with people loving it. But when they tell me I'm wrong for not liking it,
no, nobody should tell you that you're wrong.
Exactly. And
no one.
I don't tell people they're wrong for liking it. I just say for me it was a waste of my time because I listened to people who said it was great, and I thought it's all about drugs and all that, and I'm not into that type of thing. So why would I go into it?
Yeah,
because people were saying it is great, and at the end of it, I was sitting there thinking, really?
Well, it's a bit like. Go ahead.
You know, I'm just saying, it's just people's opinion. And also, I said the best thing about fandom, real fandom, is that we can disagree, but we can also agree to disagree and we can move on. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to cancel each other.
No. I'm going to disagree there. I do think there are, like, when Doctor...
We agreed to disagree and you disagreed with that.
No. When Doctor Who came back...
We agreed to disagree.
No, when Doctor Who came back, there was a very, very cultish air of you have to praise it because it's, you know, it's back. We got to celebrate the fact it's back. If you say anything wrong about it, you're a bad fan. That there was that air. There was this whole thing of the Jodie fans saying, "Oh, you have to like it, otherwise you're this or that." That's not new to me. That's that. I remember.
I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
Well, whereas me, you look at me. I started watching the new stuff at 2005, right? And it was okay, and that's all I thought. It was okay, and I started buying the DVDs, and then one day I looked up, and all the DVDs were still in their cellophane. I'd never rewatched them.
Well, do you know what?
Never rewatched any of them.
I never.
What a waste of time. So I stopped watching it.
I never liked the Chris Eccleston. The very first episode. I remember I was so excited that Doctor Who was coming back, and I tuned in, and I was so disappointed after watching the movie, the Paul McGann movie that looks slick and great designs and stuff like that, and all shot on film. We get this BBC version, which was shot on video and stripped of a feel to make it look like film. So it looked awful. And then you got Chris Eccleston, who seems to me was badly cast as the Doctor because he was trying to be funny, but he wasn't. And then you've got the stupid bins that try to eat people. Do you know what I mean? And I just thought, this is just ridiculous. This is going backwards and this is silly. And I don't know whether I'm going to watch the rest of it, but I ended up watching the rest of it and I got used to him. And it got better.
That's the thing. I thought it was mediocre.
Yes, I did as well.
Christopher Eccleston grinned. I saw Tom Baker.
Yeah.
And that basically made Christopher Eccleston work for me because his grin just reminded me of Tom Baker's grin.
Well, Dalek is the film. Dalek was the episode that made me want to carry on watching Chris Eccleston. Once he did Dalek, I thought, okay, he's there now. He's there now.
Yeah, it was very good.
But don't even talk to me about talking bins and Mickey looking like a what you call it, like a wet wax model, and she couldn't tell that wasn't the real Mickey. And all. Don't even talk to me about how ludicrous that story was for the very first episode. It was it was absolutely excruciating.
That was in my what it appears to me to be is a way of making an episode, the very first episode, to be as widely appealing to non-fans, to people who've never seen Doctor Who, to fans in general. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I loved Christopher Eccleston. I loved his Doctor. I still enjoy his episodes immensely. I did laugh at the burping bin. I didn't personally have that much of a problem with it because I just thought it was funny. But, there's definitely that's like a big, huge, hit you in the face plot hole. Why is Rose not recognizing that Mickey looks like he's made out of plastic? But you have to sort of just, in my mind, I just let that go because I thought I was so excited.
I grew up with the classics. Things like that never bothered me about the new one because you saw that type of thing in the classics, and you're sitting there.
Yeah,
thinking,
but that was
really?
years ago. That
I
didn't
know,
have a
but the thing
budget.
is, because of that, because I grew up with the classics, seeing that in the new stuff, it sort of was okay with me, because it's like you look at the Candyman in that god awful episode, the Bertie Bassett monster, as I like to call him.
I've got a newfound love for that episode because we did
I
that on the
love
script.
I love Sylvester's episodes. It's just basically, it's just weird. But some people say, I hated him, whereas I loved him because I don't know why. It's just something that actually grabbed me. However,
I would have.
However, things like the Mickey and stuff like that didn't bother me. But then again, I wasn't so invested in it because, as I said, I was watching them once. I would, on the phone with my friends straight afterwards, chatting about it. Yes, I had my fish fingers and custard.
That's Matt.
Yeah, I love Matt.
I mean, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I tried to get into it, but then I just, as I said, one day I just looked up, and there's all my new stuff still in the cellophane. Never rewatched. All my old stuff had been rewatched multiple times.
But
that's when I realised that
isn't that
I was just forcing myself to watch it because it was Doctor Who.
As someone that isn't that heavy into Doctor Who, I would say what little I knew before about Doctor Who, all the aliens, the monsters, the enemies, whatever you want to call them, it felt so on par with what little I knew because I had it scattered. I didn't watch the full episodes or seasons or anything. It's only because of you guys that I've actually gone into it's like, maybe I should pick up the Doctor Who DVD and maybe check out the seasons and everything.
Yeah.
But it felt so on par. It wasn't meant to be like PJ is describing. The first time he heard and saw a Dalek and got scared by his neighboring kids. That sounds on par because it was more meant to play with your imagination as the audience. And I think what I saw with was it Rose? I keep forgetting what the actress name is, but
Billy Piper.
Yeah, that seemed to be. This is exactly what I expected. Yeah, this was spot on. So for me, it was actually fairly good.
But you have to remember, right, in those days, we had Buck Rogers, we had Battlestar Galactica, and all those shows, right, had top effects. And to bring back Doctor Who with not even shooting it on film, shooting it on tape, and then bloody having talking bins, and before that we had the movie with Paul McGann, which absolutely looked fantastic, and it had a great cast and it worked, and also it mirrored everything that they copied, like the romance between the Doctor and Grace and stuff like that. And in the new one, they started doing that as well. And I remember all my friends going, "That's not real Doctor Who. Doctor Who doesn't kiss a woman, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, shut up. It was really good. And I was probably the only one that, out of all my friends, that liked Doctor Who, the movie.
The romance between the Doctor was the thing that took me off that movie. That was the only thing I didn't like.
So it doesn't matter, though, because what I'm saying is
that... It didn't matter, but it was the one thing I didn't like about it.
Yeah.
The rest of it, like Julia Roberts' brother, playing the master.
Eric Roberts, yeah. He's terrible.
Roberts. Basically,
but
what
I'm saying is that you can go from that quality, and then suddenly BBC decides to bring it back, and then you go with that quality, and you're like, what the hell? You know, why hasn't this thing grown up? Do you know what I mean? It's like that.
Yeah.
You know, that's what disappointed me.
Totally. I can see that. I can see that, and I can see. I can.
They started throwing the money at it to make all these special effects and stuff like that. I thought it was just a case of all flash, no bang.
I understand
because they were too busy actually trying to get. Oh look! How great!
Because I came into Doctor Who in Classic Who, you know, in Tom's era to start with, but you know, obviously gone back now and seen pretty much all of it. I have to catch up with some of Peter's episodes, but the point being, I absolutely love Classic Who, and that's my home. That's my home base. So what I saw with when they brought Doctor Who back in Russell's time was a need to sort of, and this is why I think he did it really well. My own opinion is that he brought in a huge new audience, but it didn't turn in, at least, I mean, in my experience, I wasn't on the forums and stuff or anything then, but I felt like it was a fresh look at the show, but I still felt like I was watching Doctor Who. But I can completely appreciate and understand where people are coming from when they say this is like, this made it a bit silly, and it introduced the romance end of it. And unfortunately, you do make a rod for your own back when you do that, because then audiences start to expect it. And then you build in that anticipation and that expectation into the new audience, which isn't going to, it's just not going to mesh with the classic audience, because classic Doctor Who was the doctor and the companion in a whether it's grandfatherly or whether it's a mate or whether it's a student or whatever. That was always something that you could.
But they took that on board, Wendy, didn't they? Because this is the only time the Doctor actually fell in love with a human and someone of the opposite sex. And after that, it never carried on. So do you know what I mean? It was all right to do it once, in my opinion.
This is what happened, though. They built that expectation in, and then I think they felt pressured to keep that going, to keep the audience numbers up.
Well, they did bring it back with River. There was that.
I know.
That was just pathetic. Come on. I hated River's song. You know what? Once is enough. And they kept bringing her back. Why? Do you know what I mean?
Moffat was obsessed with her. Yeah, that's a gorgeous
And also,
set,
when she was with Matt Smith, it looked like mother and son. It just felt wrong to me.
Creepy.
Yeah,
that was a bit creepy.
Yeah. I must admit, see, before I go on, Dr. Horrible thing with Patrick Harris. Dr. Horrible sing-along blog. Anybody seen that?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic.
I think Carol just chased me about that in the chat.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a huge fan of Doctor Who, and I love watching Doctor Who, whether it be new or classic. Obviously, I don't watch the Jodie. That's not real Doctor Who.
I don't watch the new stuff at all.
But I do understand that where Russell took it and where Moffat took it. They had to take it that way because any show has to evolve. Right, whether it's right or wrong, whether which way they were going, it has to evolve. It can't stay in one place. It can't stay in classic land. It has to evolve, whether it be right or wrong. And in this case, woke infested it, and it was wrong. But hopefully, Russell T will correct this and retcon the retcon and move forward. That's some hope.
That's the problem. No matter what, I'm very adamant with this one, because everybody's got an expectation of him coming in, but he's still working for the same organization.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No matter what, it's no Big Finish and all that. But, sorry.
No. You've got
the BBC still have the say.
No, but they're not in charge.
They don't.
No, they don't. They're not in charge.
They are the owners of that. They are basically leasing somebody to do it.
Yes, but
no. Penny's not going to change it.
No, they don't have. They don't have any control over the artistic way that it's presented now. It's Bad Wolf that has him.
Well, Bad Wolf is worse.
But I don't know. You may be right. I don't know. That's all. That's all I can tell you.
See is no matter what, they've passed the stuff off to Bad Wolf. They'll basically just turn around and go, "Well, we're not. You don't do what you do. We say, then you're not getting it after this contract goes." So that's the thing. They're still in charge of the reins, because they know fine well if they don't do what the BBC want, they're not going to get it.
We'll see.
I still think no matter what, BBC are still the ones pulling the strings in that, and they're too focused on the crap.
We'll see, mate. We'll see.
I think if the BBC just wanted to keep creative control, they would have just kept it in house.
Exactly. And they gave it to.
That's my logic.
It's Sony and Bad Wolf that in charge now. Sony and Bad Wolf, and Sony wants to make money, and so does Bad Wolf, and Bad Wolf wants to introduce it to a new generation of people. So I don't think the BBC is bothered about trying to control it. artistically. So fingers crossed that it will go in the right direction.
I'm hoping. The thing is, I'm constantly hoping I'm wrong.
So am I. I'm hoping that I'm wrong.
The problem is, it's the same idea. People say, "Oh, the next Doctor's going to be X," and all I keep thinking is, no, because like a lot of people are saying the next Doctor's going to be male.
I hope so.
I don't think so. Next Doctor will be female, and then once the viewing figure starts going up, then they might change it back to a male because they cannot have it changed to a male, and then the viewing figure starts.
I think Russell is smarter than that. I think he's gonna. I think it's gonna be the other way around. Personally, this is my guess, is that Russell will return it to a male role, and reset the course of the show, bring audiences back to the show, hopefully, and then we may get that creeping back in again later, unfortunately. But I think Russell's mission now is I don't think he's going to do anything that he wants to have to look back on and say, oh my God, why did I come back to that? I've completely failed. He knows how to please people, Russell, and he knows he's got a very good grasp of how to please an audience, in my opinion. And I just don't think he's going to do that on the back of all of the bad press that she's had and the backlash. I think he's going to do the opposite. I think he'll return the show. He'll reset the show back. I could be completely wrong, but this is my prediction: is he'll reset the show back to some degree of expectation now with the proper original male Doctor.
I have your optimism when it comes to that. I love for someone to do a proper reset. And whilst I still haven't watched the latest Ghostbuster film with the kids, which I've been told is doing a really good job, once Hollywood has gotten new claws into, or even BBC or whoever the production team is, once they rip to shred, think of it as a timeline just coming through. There's a grenade just blowing up because they want to go somewhere else. Whoever is picking up the pieces at this end, they're going to have to try and pull all of that back into something solid that goes back to what you love, why you cared about this franchise in the beginning. And for me, Ghostbusters is destroyed. Star Trek is destroyed. Star Wars is completely destroyed. Yep. I have no interest in touching any of these franchises anymore.
No.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm very cynical about it, just because of the way it's going. Mm-hmm. I'm hoping to God I get it completely wrong. But the way I look at it is, there's no way he's going to come in, cast a guy, and the figures start going up. Because that will say the female Doctor failed and a male had to be in that position. Because he's in, he'll get a lot more fans back. So he could put a female in, and the viewing figures will start going up. Once they're on the up, then he can put a male in. Because that way, the male's just increasing what the female started to do. So it's not a case of it's went like that and then went like that with a male. It's already on the climb. So if they put a man in there, that's just because it was already climbing anyway.
Yeah, well, it's in the shitter now, so
yeah,
and it's going to have to be a pretty steep.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope they can actually turn it round.
Another factor that gives me hope is that, I mean, it's not just Chris Chibnall and Jodie going. Piers Wenger, I think he was the head of drama. He's moved on. Some of the production team have moved on. So a lot of the people that were sort of forcing it that way, they've either gone or they've moved on. So or they will be moving on. So I'm quietly confident we're going to get a turnaround at some point.
I hope so.
I'm hoping so, because Christ almighty, look at my room. My wallpaper's the Type 40 wallpaper. Literally, when I got this room designed, the wallpaper had been on my to-do list for 8 years.
Love that wallpaper. It's awesome.
It's a Type 40 wallpaper. So that was the first thing done in my room, was the wallpaper, because it had been on my list for 8 years. Because I'm a big Doctor Who fan. And see, when it came back, I was so... and I was trying to get into it, and then I realised it just wasn't for me. I'll stick to my classic.
I had a love-hate relationship with Doctor Who.
Yeah.
I love-hate.
Me too.
The new Who.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas I just love to hate it. Sorry, I know the old dad jokes are coming in, or the granddad jokes.
Yes.
I mean,
That's a great shirt.
I mean, I do hope the obviously the main reason I hope it's a success again is because I do hope it, as a forum runner, as a forum owner, I would like this fan discussion to become more enthusiastic and positive again.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree. Yeah,
we are.
It would be lovely to see that. It really would.
No, we are. All of us are positive about Doctor Who. We all are positive about Doctor Who. The only things that we all agree on is that the Jodie version doesn't work. Right? That's the thing that we agree on, and that's not bad considering.
See, the thing is as well, Ian, remember, it's not just the Jodie version. Prior to the Jodie version, it was already going that direction.
That's because of the pressure that was being placed on the show.
As soon as the Master or became Missy, the fact is, they changed the name was one of the things that I went, nope. And I love Michelle Gomez. You've seen my review, my talk about her YouTube channel, the comedy Heather's American Medicine.
Say something nice.
You know what?
She is superb. She would have been great as the Rani, not as the Master.
Oh,
You're absolutely right. Okay, right, and I totally agree with you. But because I'm such a Doctor Who fan, I stuck it out. Till towards the end of Peter's reign, and I didn't like a lot of Peter's stuff, but I still stuck it out.
After, it was before the Peter finished. I started watching it. I started getting into it again because Peter. I'm a big Peter Capaldi fan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
However, it just. Didn't watch the end of it, didn't see the Christmas special or anything. So I was out before the regeneration.
Yeah, go ahead, Sadako.
PJ, just saying, PJ, I'm really with you there. That Missy was the point where I walked. It was like it was like, do they even care anymore? That was kind of it. It was like,
well, that was the handwriting on the wall. That was the
fact
that was the
he was successful. Said to them that we can do it with the Doctor. The problem was not only just the fact is it was a female Master. It was the fact is they had to change her name. Sorry, the name of the Time Lord is the name of the Time Lord. So it was a she. It was still the Master. Not Missy.
Yeah, you're right. The writing was on the wall, but as I said, there were a few good episodes with Peter, and there were a lot of them were really bad. I thought it reached its heights with Matt Smith. I loved the Matt Smith stuff.
There were a
lot of Matt Smith ones that were rubbish, but the majority of them were really good.
Do you know what the Matt Smith reminded me of, especially when he was doing his speech? It's like his dad, somebody wearing his dad's outfit.
Do you know what, right? Okay, think about it. Okay, right. If you were the showrunner of Doctor Who, right, you can't look to stay in one place. The things got to evolve, right? So they did things to try and evolve the Doctor Who era. There are a couple of things that I didn't like that I agree with you is that changing the Master to a female, yes, definitely. But I also hate the idea that everybody revered the Doctor. They created that. Moffat and
I hated that as well.
Yeah, I hated it.
Doctor being the god.
Like he was some kind of god or something. I hated it, and I didn't understand why they went that way. But
it was always just nobody knew exactly who he was. Yeah. And any time somebody actually had an issue with the Doctor turning up, it was because he was a Time Lord. It was the Time Lords they had the issue with, not the Doctor himself. So very rarely there was something that had an issue.
But
unless like the Daleks, because he dealt with them in the past.
But you have to take your hat off to Moffat and Russell, because they tried to evolve the show. Whether it was right or wrong, they tried to evolve the show.
Yeah.
And as I said, you cannot stay in one place and expect people to carry on liking something that doesn't move, right? So whether it was right or wrong, they tried to evolve the show, and you've got to take your hat off for that. In my opinion, it was the wrong move to make, but they did try. And this is all you can ask for from showrunners, to try and move the show forward.
I agree to you with a lot with that one, Ian. I'll give you an example. Right. I'll give you an agreement. Let me finish this one with that. Is I do agree with it. However, it needs to be done correctly. Like,
absolutely.
You look at some of the old shows. Anybody remember Soldier? Does anybody remember London's Burning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Soldier was great because it was all about the army life and the guys in the army, the unit. London's Burning was great because it was all about firefighting and stuff like that. Then you've got things like CSI, the original. I'm not talking about the spin-offs and the CSI New York and all that. The CSI, right? London's Burning, they started saying it needs to evolve, so it started taking you outside it. So suddenly the firefighting was a secondary issue, if it was mentioned at all, and it became a soap opera. So to me, it went, nope, it did not work. Whereas,
I know why that happened.
Did the same idea, but you look at CSI, they took that out. But the thing is, you would see people in their lives, but it was still CSI was the mainstay. It just evolved to incorporate other things around it, but it was still the mainstay. It's when they actually take that as the thing it brought people in and made that the secondary issue, because it was the evolving of all that. We just lost Jim.
Oh,
but you know what, right, mate? I agree with you. But the thing is with London's Burning, the reason why they did that's because the budget went down and they couldn't do a lot more. They couldn't. I remember, because I know the behind the scenes of that show, and the reason why they had to concentrate more on the people more than the firefighting was because the budget went down and they couldn't afford to do it every other week. And so they had to go in another direction.
Yeah, I can understand that, but considering it was a show built on that,
I know
they should have actually just turned around and says finish, because if we go down that way, it goes.
Okay, right. So you got to think about the business. Okay, right. So yes, they should have done that. They should have stopped it. But there were all those people that were employed, and there was all those actors, and they were fans of the show. So to go, let's stop it would have been bad for the fans and for the employees. They carried on as best they could. Right. That's what they could do.
Look, the young ones, that ended after 2 seasons. It's still revered today. It's better. In some ways, it's probably revered more for the fact it ended when it should have, rather than carrying on and getting kind of more and more mediocre.
Yeah.
Some shows end when they should.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But they've took a stance that we got employees, we got actors, and we got fans. So they took a stance to carry on. I mean, look at the American version of The Office. They carried on way beyond the version of the British version of The Office. Ricky Gervais knew where to stop, but the Americans just kept going on and on and on with the show, and it developed into something more than its copy, its copied version. So that's what I'm saying. You either make a stand and carry on, or you stop it dead. You know, and they didn't. They decided to carry on with London's Burning, didn't they? For the wrong reasons, which is what they did. So, you know. There's more to it than what you think, though, because it's all politics and crap. You know, if us fans were in charge and money was no object,
yeah.
So
well, the thing is, I do appreciate the fact is when it comes down to it, there's people, money involved and stuff like that. However, they can't then complain that people lose interest on stuff like that.
That is true.
Oh, that's it. Jim wins. He brought out Ming the Merciless.
Anyway, what I wanted to say before was...
go ahead, Sadako.
The thing about evolving the show, I feel like even before Russell came along, before the revival happened, like, if you listen to the Big Finish audios, I thought the show was evolving. The franchise was evolving. They would, it was kind of moving with the times. It was becoming a more 21st century sensibility to the franchise in the writing. And I feel like a lot of praise for Russell and Moffat for updating it. It's like, well, that was already happening on audio, and I think it was.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, Sadako. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the problem is as well, if they're going to change it, they have. I can understand about still need to keep people in work and stuff like that. However, if they change it to the point and it actually starts failing, then who's it going to help? Because rewatches are people are going to go. It's like Game of Thrones. How many people are going to rewatch Game of Thrones knowing how it ends?
Oh, hell no.
Exactly.
Not a single
to me,
one.
That's the same with me. I wouldn't watch. I had a chance to get the Soldier collection today. That was why I mentioned it. And I thought, no, because I remember the season ended crap. So why would I actually pay money, even if it's only a couple of quid, to get something that I know that by the end of it I don't want to watch?
But what if like you have a demarcation point in mind? Like you say, okay, well, I'll watch Game of Thrones up to this point. I'll pretend it ended there, rather than in series 7 or something. If it was like
I do with the classic and the new stuff, I don't watch anything past Paul McGann. The only reason I watch Paul McGann is because Sylvester comes through the door and gets shot, so he's in it. So there's a link there. I can take the new one as a complete reboot because there is no link between Paul McGann and Christopher Eccleston. They might have done it later on, but because there is no direct link at that point, I can go new stuff, no for me.
A demarcation point,
yeah. So I can understand
like
that there's too many with the series where they leave it as a cliffhanger, and then it's a case of you see what I mean? It's that type of thing. If they leave it in a cliffhanger, and it's whereas with the Sylvester survival, the two of them walk off. That could have been a finish, right? And then they did the movie, and he comes in. So if you imagine if they just did the movie with Paul and Sylvester hadn't come in, and it wasn't the regeneration and all that, they just actually did the movie, then would more people would have actually classed Paul as part of the classic or part of the new?
He was part of the classic.
I know, but because Sylvester's in it, it's classic. But if it wasn't, so if they started at similar idea as they did with Christopher Eccleston, would there have been that demarcation? It's a case of, well, that movie's no great, so I can stop before that movie, and that's a demarcation. I'll just class that as new stuff.
Well, I think the reason McGann's classed as a classic for me is because he's true to the Victorian quality, and I feel like sort of the classic Doctors, whereas Eccleston was not. He was kind of, I feel like from Eccleston onwards, he was almost a different character entirely.
See, I understand that, but the only reason I class him as part of the classic is because Sylvester walked through and got shot. So it was a direct connection with the classic, with Sylvester coming out.
You're absolutely right, though. You're absolutely right, because for me, the Doctor is. I remember the reason why Chris is in his leather jacket and his boots and whatever is because somebody complained to Russell T saying that was that costume drama Doctor Who thing. So Russell T got a bit nervous and decided to ditch the whole costume of the Doctor, which I think is absolutely wrong. It's like taking gadgets away from James Bond.
It's cynical. It's cynical.
The worst part was Collins, right? Because you look at Tom, he had a look. John had a look. It wasn't the same outfit all the time. Yes, Colin had a couple of slightly different variants on it, but in effect, he had that hideous costume. Peter had the cricket, but he didn't always wear the same thing. There was a variation on it. It was still the cricket team. Whereas I think everybody gets focused in on Collins because that was such an iconically bad outfit. That people assume everybody's was exactly the same because all of them had a look, but it was not always the same outfit they had.
Look, to me, the Doctor is someone from Cambridge or Oxford. He's English, incredibly English. He's white, right, and he wears the same kind of variation of clothes all the time. That to me is the Doctor. Don't tell me the Doctor is some black woman who lives in my estate. No. Don't tell me some Doctor is some woman that can't stop talking. and making scrunchy faces. Don't tell me that rubbish, because that is not the Doctor.
The only part I would slightly change is, as long as it's an English male, the colour is irrelevant at that point, because there's people here for generations.
I will challenge you on that as a man of colour.
Anybody. No, but they're as English as anybody. So that's the part.
No, I will challenge you that. I will challenge you on that. What is the filmmakers and Hollywood saying, that black people are not good enough original characters?
No,
that we have to race swap to be
I understand
relevant.
That, I quite agree. However, you think about it. Would you like? Here's a question, Ian. Would you class me as Scottish?
No.
What would you class me as?
Well, what says in your shirt? I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I would as well. That's like, you see what I mean? Do you class me as Scottish? Yes.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely.
But I'm only third generation Scottish.
No, but that's not the point. For a movie, for a TV show, you would be classed as Scottish.
Yes,
right?
But I'm not. I'm third generation Scottish. That's all.
That's not
My family's become Scottish.
Let me tell you something, right? It's fundamentally wrong to race swap for TV or film. It's an insult to the people of color.
I agree. I completely agree.
Because there's people been here for generations. The colour is irrelevant. Whereas English is the
colour is relevant. Colour is relevant. I'm sorry, right?
But that's like saying, well, it can't be of Italian descent. No, he can't be of German descent.
Look, if a character was originally created as a white person, it should stay as a white person. This rubbish about actually race swapping something is wrong. It's morally wrong. Okay, what everybody's saying is that people of color do not deserve new characters. Come on,
correct.
You got to see. You got to see it
just
for what it is.
Because they want to change it just to actually see black now. That's wrong. Whereas if he changes it just a case of it's a natural change, because that's what I'm saying. So does it always have to be Smiths or something like that who play the role because they're from an English thing? Whereas the Gunters or the Ficellis or the the Pascals, just because they're French descent or German descent, Italian descent or Greek descent, they might look the same, but there is different as someone who's maybe come over from the Caribbean or India 5 generations ago. They're still English. That's what I'm saying. I understand where you're coming from. If they change it just because so they can say, see, he's black now, or see, he's this.
Yes, but that's what
I can understand.
This is where I feel the greatest injustice is being done. They're now talking about making, what's the latest stuff? It's, what is it? James Bond 007 is now a black woman. It's like, no, it can be done because 007 is the code name, but James Bond
007 is
not
the
a black woman or woman whatsoever. James Bond, that's a man. Full stop.
Correct.
So if they called her Jane Smith 007, that would work because they're giving her the 007, but they're not giving her the Bond moniker.
Exactly, and the 007 is you have license to kill.
And to me, again, like what Ian was saying, I mean that in a way is sort of insulting to women. It's like, why can't you just create a female character that's just as good as Bond? You know, why would you feel the need to sort of replace a male character?
Yeah, but if it's done naturally, doesn't
that make her job all the more difficult, really, to come into? And it's not really fair to the actors involved, I think. And as much as I dislike and disagree with a lot of the things that Jodie has said over the years since she's taken on the role, I do have I do think that it's an insult to her the way that they've just taken the whole show and just written written this really silly character for her to play.
The problem is, as you said, is what she said. So she basically impounds it by adding her to that voice. But
wait, can I stop you there?
Go ahead, Sadako.
Yeah, no, I just feel there comes a point where I feel like if we keep on going about what Jodie said, then we're almost. I feel like a lot of fans who go on about that. It's like, well, you're kind of becoming just like the cancel mob, saying, "Oh, you said that wrong." Well, you can't
what I'm saying is, you can't. When people say she got put in a bad position because she got hired for a job, which is fine. She got hired for the job; it's not her fault. However, as soon as she imposes herself and starts saying, "The reason I got this is because you guys it's a male gaze," so she put herself in it.
I might have got the wrong side of this, and I know everybody gets like the echo bubbles and everything, but wasn't
it's okay, Jim? I'll actually kick you off if you disagree with me.
Who, wasn't she saying, "I never watched a single Doctor Who show ever before," and then accepted the role? It's like, holy crap!
But neither did Matt. Neither did Matt. But he really respected the role.
Wait. Nicholas Meyer was not a Star Trek fan, but he made the Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, that's true.
Apparently, Penny went back and watched some of the episodes.
But look at who was playing Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. I don't think he knew much about Lord of the Rings.
No, but there's a difference.
But
like Nicholas Meyer and Harv Bennett, they sat in a theatre and watched every episode of the old Star Trek to actually understand Star Trek.
Exactly.
But Jodie
did not. He went and watched Doctor Who episodes in the back.
No. They only watched Space Seed, Mud's Women, and there was another.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Harv Bennett sat in a theatre and he watched every episode. It took him 4 days, but he watched he insisted because he knew nothing about Star Trek. When he was handed the job, Harv Bennett was handed the job, he was like, I know nothing about Star Trek. And so they basically put him in a theatre, and I think it took him 3 days or 4 days to watch every episode. Obviously, he got the idea to make Wrath of Khan through that episode, the one with Khan in it. And that's when the idea started brewing, and that's how it got developed. But it's not true. He saw every episode. Believe you me. So, and the thing with Jodie is, Jodie never watched any episodes and just assumed a version of the Doctor.
Yeah.
And Matt wasn't a fan, but he sat and watched as many episodes as possible.
Yeah. And that's the difference. It's also,
I would have. I love the idea of someone coming into franchise completely innocent, not knowing anything about it, and making the best episode, the best show, or the best film, or the best book about it, because they have a feeling, they have a gut feeling. It's like, hey, I throw this in because I think this is where it should go. This is where my heart lies. And they're literally exposing themselves and go and say, and you look at Wrath of Khan, the best Star Trek film ever.
Second,
I love
the best was Star Trek 4.
Star Trek 4 is one of my favorites, but Wrath of Khan is still.
Ricardo Montalban is amazing.
I'm going to be controversial here and say Star Trek 3 is my favorite.
Yeah, but Ricardo Montalban made the Wrath of Khan iconic, and it was because they brought him back. They brought it back from the original.
That's brilliant.
But it's just the fact that they brought that back from the original. Right, okay, Ian, what we were talking about and Wend as well.
Brilliant.
I've got that sitting up there. I've got Khan sitting up above me. So yeah, he's sitting
yes, I can't take him out of the box. He's just too dear.
See what we were saying about turning someone into a female or turning someone changing the race of the character. If it's done naturally, not for the reason, just because it works as long as it's done properly.
No, it doesn't, because a white person naturally can't turn into a black person. So I don't know what you're talking. If you're talking about real life,
the thing is, it's not. It's the fact is it's male. That's the
that's wrong. So why
this is where I'm going to crash the stream.
Why can't we have a white version of Shaft?
Justin Trudeau has apparently, he's the Prime Minister of Canada, he's apparently on 2 occasions been a very good black person. I don't know how he did it, but somehow.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Shaft is not an alien, so it wouldn't make sense for him to
No, but they're thinking of making the Saint and casting that guy from the black guy from what was that show? That show on Netflix. It's kind of in the 19th century.
The Saint. The Saint
That's what I'm
is
saying.
Roger Moore,
So this is what we're talking about, everyone. We're talking about race swapping, and I personally think it's wrong.
That's what I'm saying. They're race swapping just to race swap. That's what I'm saying. It's like sex swapping just to sex swap, right?
It's virtue signaling versus actual creative.
That's the thing.
You know,
I love Battlestar Galactica. I dislike the new one because it's too nihilistic. However,
Starbucks
worked as a female because they didn't do it just to make her female. They had her, and she still acted like Starbucks, but she was female. But it worked. They didn't do it deliberately to change the sex.
The problem with
just someone they thought she would work.
Yeah, but the problem is they then had a horrible love triangle with Apollo, which was just dragged the entire show down.
But that's the point. She as the start. Then they actually went in and says, "Oh, now because she's female, she has to have a relationship with the male part." That's where, to me, I hate relationships. It's like Judge Dredd, Sylvester Stallone. I hated it for two facts. One, he took his helmet off, and two, there was the love interest part, which
they did it well in the Carl Urban Judge Dredd.
Yes, that was because there was no chemistry at all for that. It was just two judges.
Yeah, exactly. But there was a little bit of tension, but they never really stretched it. It was just touching the lines. It was like crossing.
Race swapping is wrong because if it was right, we'd have a white version of Shaft. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
I understand that, but if the defining characteristic of Shaft was male only, it didn't matter about his colour. Which
of course Shaft, it did, because Shaft
you're not letting me finish. His only male, the defining characteristic was male, but Shaft isn't. It's to do with the culture. So, like, if you've got someone, if the defining characteristic of the Doctor is a British male, right? You could be living in Britain your whole life, so you've got that culture within you. So it's not like you're bringing a different culture in and just race swapping it and then saying, well, because you're black, you have to have this African culture or this Caribbean culture or this. No, that doesn't work because it's a British culture. So if they bring in someone who's Indian, Pakistani, black, whatever, if they've been 4 or 5 generations in Britain, they're going to have the British culture. And that's the part I'm saying. It's not if they're changing it because they want to make it black. But if it's just, well, he's a really good actor and he works.
That's what they're doing. That's what I'm saying, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're doing. But if it happened naturally, it wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I don't think there is something that can happen naturally, especially if the person's been conceived as a white person or a black person. If in the novels, if the way it was created, that person was male and was black, it should carry on like that to respect the material. Don't go changing something because of modern times. It makes no sense because that's disrespecting the material.
I'm saying if it happened naturally, like to me, Starbucks.
How can it happen naturally?
The Starbucks one, it was a case of she would actually be very good in Starbucks. It's just a case of it's a sex change, but she still acts like Starbucks.
Yeah, but I've never seen it, so I can't comment on that.
Well, the thing is, I watched a couple of episodes and I just did not like it. Well, I think she reminded me of Starbuck from the original because she was Starbuck, and that's the thing. Whereas if you have a British male actor being British, his colour would be, if they brought him in just because he's a really good actor, he'd be a good Doctor, then that's fine. But if they say, but he's a black actor and we'll have him, that's wrong. That's what I'm saying. It's about if it was a natural progression. If somebody went for it and they thought, oh, he nailed it, then that's natural progression. And that's what I'm saying. If somebody come in and it's if they turn around and say, sorry, you're the wrong colour, but you nailed it, but you're the wrong colour. So if you've got the British attitude and stuff like that, and you nail it and you're British, I don't see have an issue with that. I wouldn't want a white American, even if he's got a great British accent, to play the part.
Why not?
No.
Because he's American. It's nothing to do with. It's the fact that he's American, so he's not got the culture behind him.
If he can play British, then he should be valid because
it's not. It's to me, it's a British show, so it should be a British actor. It'd be like I've got an issue with football as well, believe it or not. So you had Scotland. I don't like football. I hate football. I dislike sports.
Me too.
I'm not a sports person. Right, but you had the Scottish team. I think it was the Scottish team or the English team. And who was their manager? A German. Sorry, it's meant to be from the country, so you shouldn't have a manager from outside the country to manage the team if everybody who plays there has to be from that country.
That's a question of patriotism, but Doctor Who, it's acting. If an actor who is American but can play British, then that's fine.
But I'll give this because this is something that affects both the British and the American side. Is the Spielberg 10-episode amazing Band of Brothers coverage of World War II, D-Day, all of that stuff. Damian Lewis is a British actor that is actually the captain of the Band of Brothers because he managed to play a really great American accent. But he's British.
Yeah, I enjoy House. But every time I see Hugh Laurie, I just find it hilarious. He's meant to be an American.
Jeeves and Wooster.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, Doctor Who has been established for 50 years, and to actually change the sex or the race of the person is insulting to not only me but hundreds and millions of fans around the world, because you should respect that character.
Yeah,
that's why the viewer rating is.
I do respect the character, but I think if you've got someone who is as British as me, yeah, I'm only third generation. Do you see what I mean? So just because I look white, I'm more British than somebody who's been here 5 generations, but they don't look white.
It's just my opinion. I think the Doctor should be white.
I understand it, and I do. That's the good thing about the fandom. We can disagree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you see where I'm going with it. If it's a natural progression, if somebody's British and male, I'm okay with that, as long as they've got it's a natural progression. If they had 5 people and they turned around and say, you're the best, but you're the wrong colour, sorry. To me, that's wrong. But if you're the best, if they went in and says, right, hands out all those who aren't British, right, you can leave. Hands out all those who aren't male, right, you can leave. The rest of you, it's irrelevant about that. As long as you're British.
I will give, actually, this is one of my favorite TV shows that isn't sci-fi. It's Boston. It's Boston Legal, but it has William Shatner in it.
Yeah.
So I think it wins again. But literally, the first episode is was it Annie from? It's really famous. She's like an orphan, hidden by a family. It's Nazi Germany, everything. The lawyers literally have to defend a black girl being the main singer at the theater. And I just goes like, well, it actually makes sense because the book says Annie is an orphan. She's adopted from somewhere. You have no background to her. Yes, the family she's adopted by, they're white. They switch.
They did make it that version, didn't they, Jim?
Yeah. But this is in this show, and this is from like 2002. And it's a very clever way of playing. It's like, yes, it could be. Doesn't have to be. It was usually played this way, but I think sometimes you can swap. But someone like Doctor Who, no. Doctor Who, British, Oxford, Cambridge, educated, bowler hat, maybe even a walking stick. James Bond, suit, tuxedo, clean looking, very attracted to ladies.
Shaken, not stirred.
Jagan, a very good marksman, very good spy. He doesn't go to the prime minister. He gets his orders straight from the queen. There is literally there is nobody above him. There are plenty of other characters like this. It's like Frodo, Bilbo, plenty of these things. And I think what I lament most is, why aren't we getting these stories coming from, say, New Zealand, or from north of Japan, or from literally south of Chile? Why aren't we getting these stories?
What I think is they should be creating new characters for.
I quite agree. Exactly. I think they should be creating new characters. I'm 100% behind that. However, if to me the nationality of the character for a nationalistic program is okay, because we're not all first generation here, but that shouldn't exclude us, because my father was born and bred in Scotland. I was born and bred in Scotland. My grandfather was Italian, and he was 8 when he came over. My other family are Scottish, way back. Yeah. But the thing is, to me, I'm as Scottish as someone who's 15 generations, whatever, because I'm Scottish. I grew up in the culture, and I'm part of the culture. So if I was black and I brought up as part of the culture, why wouldn't I be considered as part of the culture?
No, look, that's not what we're talking about, though. You're absolutely right there. But, right, if you're talking about established character that actually lived on our screens and in people's hearts, and millions and thousands of people, even billions around the world for 50 years, and then suddenly you change that person's color or sex, that is completely and utterly wrong. Also, coupled with the fact that these big companies like Warner Brothers and Universal and Hollywood, they're too damn lazy to create a section especially catered for people of color and female. Instead of doing that and having a section where they create shows and films for women, or shows and films for people of color, they don't. What they do is they go back on something that's been beloved and destroy it by swapping the sex or swapping the person's color, and that's wrong.
The thing is, Ian, I think both of us are actually arguing both sides of the same thing. We both agree that when they're doing it for the reasons they're doing it is complete and utterly wrong. If it was a natural progression, to me it's not wrong. And that's the point. The way they're doing it now is not a natural progression, it's a forced thing. But if it was naturally progressed, so if it was a case of, as I said, there was 7 British guys, and the person that was best for it just happened to be coloured, does it matter? He's British, and he's the best person for the job.
If it's new, yeah, sure. If it's new, no, but if it's been established,
but that's the point. It's if nowadays it's a case of, well, see, I'll use white guys out, use 3 women and 2 black guys. You can read for it. That's wrong because they've already got the idea. But if it was just a natural progression that they got the British guys, males, in to read for it, and it just so happened the person that was the best for the role was coloured, to me that's a natural progression, because they didn't actually say he has to be this or he has to be that. Just so happened that person was the best fit.
Well, I'll give you 2 examples. Where it didn't work. One was Kojak, where they cast Ving Rhames as Kojak, and he went for 1 season and then he got stopped. Then it was Ironside. Raymond Burr played Ironside, and they cast this black guy to play Ironside, and that only went for 6 episodes.
Was that the guy actually? It was basically in the first the thing. He stood up from his wheelchair.
Yeah. But anyway, that didn't work, and now they want to. If they do cast someone of color to play the Doctor, I will watch it because it's Doctor Who. But I'll totally disagree with it, and you know why they'll put that in.
If it's done it to tick the box, I will.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they do it.
Done for that reason. That's what I'm saying. Nowadays, everything's done to tick the box. So I disagree with it. However, if it had naturally progressed, so if we didn't have all this pish and suddenly there was a male, a black guy playing the Doctor, and he's British and he's male, that's all I cared about. But if he suddenly if he was white but he was French, or he was white but he was Italian, or he's white but he's American, sorry, I've got an issue with that because he's not British.
But you know, another thing, BJ, is that
come on,
hold
guys.
on. But there's another thing that you have to consider. Hold on, there's another thing you have to consider, right? When they change the Doctor into a woman, there's certain time zones she can't go to because she's a woman. Same thing with a black guy. If the Doctor went backwards in time into the point where they were cotton picking and all that, he'd be in trouble. So so the idea of the Doctor being a white guy makes sense because he can travel in any time zone on the Earth, obviously, and won't get that much in trouble. Let's face it.
It works to an extent. However, I understand that. Whereas, was it Timeless? It was something. It was called Timeless. It was similar. It was meant to be an updated time tunnel type program, right? So they would go back to the past to fix something because somebody caused a bomb to go off, and the reason it happened is because his daughter got killed when he was younger, or his grandmother got killed, and she was his moral compass. But she got killed when he was 5. It was to go back and try and stop the grandmother dying. So they went back, right? And the 3 people that went back was a white guy, a black guy, and a white woman. And it was in America. And the guy turns around and says, "Do you know where we're going?" He goes, "Uh-huh." He says, "Right, you jump in and I'll drive." And he turns around and says, "That can't happen. You'll have to tell me, because if you're driving being white and I'm sitting in the back with a white woman, I will get lynched."
Yeah.
I think that's
whereas
Voyager,
to me,
isn't it?
that simple statement says, look how far we've progressed, because that white guy could drive with a woman and the white woman and the black guy in the back, and we wouldn't think anything wrong with that. But just 50 years previously, that would have got him killed. To me, that one statement showed how far we had progressed. However, they remade it because I don't know why. And then the next time there's 4 going through, 2 women, 2 men, 1 black, 1 white of each, and they're in the trenches. So the 2 women are dressed as soldiers, and the black female was one of the security for the 2. So she was the security for the woman, and the other guy was the security. And the 4 of them are going through the trenches, and she's walking through with the gun, all decked up in the army uniform, and not one single person said, "That's a woman."
Yeah, I know.
It was basically a case of that's normal, and that's when it showed that they did not understand that the first time they did it was perfect, because it showed, just that one statement showed how far we have progressed. Whereas now they've said is in the past we were all fine, and it did not show the same progression. And I think that's what it should be. It should be a natural progression. If they force it, it does not work.
It should adhere to the timeline, and I'm struggling to remember whether it's Voyager or Enterprise, but they gone back in time, and the commander, the leader, the boss, the one that has actually in our timeline achieved top rank, I'm in charge here, literally gets told, no, you have to take the back seat because we've gone back in time. You have to take the submissive part here, because if you don't, these people will kill us, because this is how stupid they were. And I agree with the progression. It is like we're a lot more clever today than we were, say, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. There was literally separate fountains and everything. That's what I hate about modern day culture. It's, oh, no. Separate space for them, separate space for them, separate space. No, we should all be together. And if you need help, let us all help you, rather than just, oh, you get to sit in the corner. That's what I see is the big wrong with this. Even with the gender swap and everything in films. No, you don't put baby in the corner, to quote the film probably most of this panel in the chat knows about, but it's
oh god, Dirty
bring
Dancing.
everybody up.
No dancing dirtily, you lot.
Yeah,
I think I have the DVD like over there, but it is still when it comes to 007, 007 can be woman, disabled, paraplegic, black, orange, purple, whatever else.
Yes.
It's a code name. James Bond, you cannot be. James Bond is British. Full on British. And like Ian was saying, is probably Oxford, Cambridge.
He's Scottish as well. He's Scottish.
Yes. But yes, anyone in Britain can go to Oxford or Cambridgeshire, whether you're Northern Ireland, whether you're Scottish, Welsh, English, you can go to these places. But 007, that's just a code name.
Yep, certainly is.
Yep. Miranda, good book, sci-fi or horror. The one I've been reading is The Dungeon Crawler Carol. It's a good sci-fi RPG type thing. There's also the same guy did one called what is it? Could you oh Christ, what do you call those giant the giant monsters?
The giant monsters?
No, like the Godzilla type thing that is no, I know, but the type, they call them something. What's it called?
The Gujus in what's it called? The battle rift between Metallic and
I'm actually looking for it. It's Kaiju. Sorry, Kaiju. That's what I was looking for, the word Kaiju. There's the same guy does one called Kaiju. It's set in a RPG, but it's a horror. It's a bit sick, unfortunately, because to me, I'm about to cancel it because I'm not into that type of genre, the horror sci-fi genre, and it's a wee bit
sci-fi.
But Dungeon Crawler Carol, Matt Damon is 4 books, and that I think there's a 5th one, but it's not an audible yet. And the Critical Drinker's the guest narrator in one of them, so that's a good sci-fi book and a good horror. I don't know. There's a lot of good horror books out there. I can't actually comment.
Well, I really don't like audio stuff because we have advanced in technology and we can actually see stuff now and hear stuff. So I'd rather watch a movie than listen
but when I'm driving. When I'm driving.
Yeah. When you're driving, yeah, of course, yeah.
So when I'm driving, I stop reading my book.
Yeah.
But
no, I mean, I don't listen to audio stuff anyway. I mean, obviously, because I don't drive, but I'd rather watch a movie than listen to audio.
As you can see from my collection, I've
got
over 1,000 movies. I've got over 1,000.
Yeah,
I'm actually about to build a database.
It's nice for people to come out and watch this live stream, though. I mean, thank you very much for coming out and listening to PJ's rants.
All, because we are having fun, and that's a good thing. And we're going to be doing shortly. We will be doing our pick, see what people have got from the charity shops or through the post.
So what was the latest one you got, Mr. Git or Mr. PJ? What was the latest one from the bargain bucket basement?
Well, I got that through the post today. That's my new comic. The
cool.
Comic. That's cool. Like me, and I've got that. But before we do that, let me do this. See if I actually remember how to do this. Where is it?
Don't know.
There, it's there.
Pick of the week.
And the wiggers.
So, I'll go first.
Go on in.
Because I know you lot, and I've got a big pile of discs left.
Holy cow. You guys.
How about that one? Remember that?
Oh gosh, yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember.
I love that movie. I thought it was just fun.
It's been years since
That
I've
was
seen it.
cute.
I need to see it again. It's been years since I've seen that.
It has. See, when I saw that in the charity shop, I thought, "Oh, yeah, beauty."
Yeah, it's cute.
I even remember the TV show, which was bad.
It was terrible.
I remember.
You're opening on a heavy swing. It's like.
I'm gonna do an impression, an Eddie Murphy impression. Don't bring a Bigfoot into my house, Gus, with my children.
And I got another one. It's
What's that one?
So I married an axe murderer.
All about that one.
Haven't seen that in years.
I love that. I know Mike Myers let the guru stuff like that. Yeah, I went off him. But so I married an axe murderer, and I remember it. I saw it once, and I remember it, and I remember thinking, I need to get a hold of that. And it came out today, so
not sure if I even saw that or not.
And then
very nice.
I got a nice classic couple as well.
What'd you get? Go on, show me.
Then.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In wonderful black and white.
Wonderful black and white. An absolute amazing movie.
Definitely classic.
That is supposedly the film everyone that wants to be a lawyer in the United States of America has to watch.
Yeah. It was like the Top Gun of the movie in those days.
I
haven't seen that one. Is that the new one with Malkovich?
Yes, it is.
I haven't seen that one.
I remember reading this at school and loving it. Loving it. That's one of the first books I remember actually getting hooked on of Mice and Men.
They made you.
Anytime they told us to read a book in school, it was a case of, all right then, and reading it just because we had to. But that one, so many of us, I remember talking about it in school. Almost a book review. And considering we were actually teenagers, it was unusual.
It was either that or what's that other one? The one with them on the island. Kids on the island.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies.
That's a gruesome one.
I saw the play as well. Lord of the Flies play in school. They brought the thing because we all loved that as well.
That's an incredibly powerful film.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, take care.
Cut it throat, spill the blood.
Scary. It's a scary film.
What was the chunky boy called? It was like the
Piggy
or some
Piggy.
Never be called Piggy today.
It wouldn't be called Piggy today. And you consider they went feral, and it was the hunting that caused it. That they just all went nuts, and that's when they killed Piggy.
They didn't really kill him, but then again, that's like a spoiler. But it is.
And the book did it.
But our English teacher who read the book with us, he said, like, the moral of the story isn't that they went nuts. We all have a savage instinct in us, and in the right conditions, it will come out.
The right situations.
Absolutely.
I was watching something about the guys in Fiji. Was it basically 6 guys? They decided to leave the school, and they went on, and they're classed as the real life Lord of the Flies. And the guy says it's disingenuous because those 6 guys ended up being marooned for 18 months, and they didn't turn against each other. They helped each other. So people calling them the real life Lord of the Flies was disingenuous because they showed that when one guy broke his leg, they actually all climbed down to bring him back up because he'd fallen off a cliff, and they nursed him back to health. They made sure he couldn't do things, so they did it for him, and it showed the opposite of what the movie did.
Do you know what, right? In those days, right, they really used to show how brutal life was, but now it seems like everybody's been wrapped in cotton wool for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will not discount this because there are some of us that will go down to the deepest fear and literally just act on what we have in front of us. And I saw Ralph correct, but there are also those of us that will lift others up. It's like, you're hurt. Oh, yeah, I could take advantage of you. But I'm not that kind of individual. I go, you're hurt, my natural instinct, and I'm not the doctor, I'm not the medic, I'm not the nurse, but my first instinct is shall we say, something everybody's guilty of is you see an old person walking down the street, they flip over on like a slippery spot and everything, and they hurt themselves badly. You immediately just giggle.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh shit, that's really bad. Let's see if they're okay. But your first instinct is the giggle. And that's the split between, shall we say, good and evil. If you don't...
Yeah, well, the show, The Walking Dead, I thought captured the whole human nature thing very well. There were people that maintained their humanity, throughout all that situation, even though they had moments where they lost it for a while, but their core personality, stayed intact. And then there were others who became so fearful or so drunk on the ability to do whatever they wanted for the first time in their lives. There was nobody going to come and arrest them. Nobody was going to come and, do anything to them. They could do what they wanted. And it's a fascinating study of human nature. It's and the same with Lord of the Flies. That is so well observed. And we saw even a little touch of it at the beginning of the pandemic when, of all things, people went berserk over toilet roll.
God, I know.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? Once you're under pressure,
Well, this is it. Mothers,
mothers were 3 meals away from barbarism.
So it when I was saying this to Darren the other day, when it happens, if it happens, and things really go, it flips like within a day. It's like whoop, and now we're on the other side of human nature.
Yeah.
Now we're gone completely tribal, completely native, so
remember that line in Men in Black when he says a person is well thinking and agreeable, but mass of people, they are panicky and they're panic,
absolutely. So. Stephen King covered it in his book, although I think it's been a while since I read the book, and the book was always the story rather than Mist isn't a full book. I think it's a short story within a collection, but The Mist explores what happens, and Stephen King is excellent at that. It's one of my favorite qualities about his stories is he really deep dives into the dark side of human nature.
And we have
he's done it in so many things before. Go ahead, PJ.
We have all got a dark side, and that's the thing. It's the ones that actually control it.
Yeah.
PJ, this is why I say I love watching these post-apocalyptical. Humans have no chance of survival. They're literally like the last down the line. There is nothing else. They literally just have to survive. But and I know that I'm talking to a lot of my colleagues over several years, over decades now, actually, because I grew up on the countryside, if you like, where it's like I know how to hunt deer, I know how to hunt wild boars and food for myself, I know how to grow crops and everything. And I'm talking to my colleagues that are born and raised in a concrete jungle.
Mm-hmm.
They just go, I'm going to pop down to Tesco's and get my food. It's like,
that's me.
No. If your city is getting like bombed to oblivion, there's not going to be Tesco's. There's not going to be water. And sorry to say, and I hope nobody's eating, but sorry, your toilet isn't going to work.
Do you know what, right? Talk about dark stuff inside of you. Before I came on, I was watching the documentary on Jimmy Savile. And you know what? That documentary made me felt physically sick.
I couldn't
Some of the
watch
stuff
it.
that people
I
were
couldn't watch it.
saying,
Yeah.
and I stopped watching it because of that, basically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it just goes to show that some people have that facade, but deep inside, they really are dark inside.
They carry the darkness with them. But it is. I will probably butcher this completely. Something my mum had on her office wall while she was still alive and working was, though we travel the world over to find the beautiful, we must carry it with us or we will find it not.
Yeah.
Essentially, you have to carry some kind of light into the darkness or you will not find light in the darkness.
That's right. Well, yeah, exactly. You can't expect it to be there. Because I can't really articulate it well, but I know what you're saying. It's kind of like it sounds very trite these days where they say, oh, be the change you want to be in the world, blah, blah. But it stems from that very philosophy, Jim. You know, it's like you need to sort of be that light.
Yeah.
Also you also have to remember, what's that old saying? That old saying is you have to be the lion to become the lamb that you truly are.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. So you have to fight against all the crap that's coming towards you to become the gentle person that nature intends you to be. So without the fight, you're not going to get anywhere, you know?
Yeah.
So,
And you remember the one from Serenity, the guy, it was from the movie Serenity, not the show. It was the guy, it was hunting them because of River.
in the movie,
said, I'm the type of person who will not.
In the movie,
in the movie, I'm the person who would not enjoy the type of society that I'm trying to build because they need.
Yes, that's a British actor, and he's so amazing. He delivers perfectly.
And it basically is a case of I'm the type of person in need to you've got the type of society you want because there's nasty things that have to be done, and I'm the type of person who'll do it. But it's not going to be for me to live in because I'm not the type of person you want in that society.
Everybody has to remember that everyone that everybody thinks is doing evil, that person that's doing evil thinks he's doing good.
Yep.
You always have to remember that. Like, I don't know if it's true or not, because I don't know the ins and outs about Putin and what he's doing. Everybody, the whole world's looking at him like he's evil, but we don't know the full story. And you can bet your bottom dollar that he's thinking he's doing good. You know what I mean? So it's crazy, isn't it? The whole aspect of life is crazy.
Well, right? Because of the way the media's portraying it. And I turned around and says that somebody put a post up, there's 5 bodies and everybody's going, this is terrible, this is evil, this is what evil looks like. But behind them, there was a pile of bodies and it's got Afghanistan, Sudan and all that. And it's a case of, well, where do you draw the line? Did Afghanistan and all that not matter because we were in the good side? Because of that, but the people in Afghanistan says, well, they're invading us, they're the baddies.
Life is very complicated.
That's where I'm getting really conflicted. It's like, where would and think of me as very tiny Doctor Who, very huge Star Wars, massive amount of Star Trek. At what point would I go, I will have to kill these people first before something bad happens? This is where I see the whole scenario is. It's like, I've seen all this, I've heard all these stories. It's like, be good, try to find a solution. Darmok and Jalad, all of those things. What would it take for me to look at another country? Yes, I've heard all the stories. No, I trust none of them. Nazis, prisoners, genocide, blah. No.
As my grandfather says, is war is hell, all of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going 2016 the video game Fallout 4, it starts with a video sequence and it ends with war never changes.
Mhm.
There's always people that will die. There's always people that will be mutilated. And I'm going, for me, that's not okay. Let's find some way to solve this. War will just kill people.
Well, the next war, nobody's going to survive. Put it that way. So it's absolutely ludicrous what's happening now.
Sorry, Ian. Albert Einstein was before you. I don't know
Yeah.
what weapon World War III will be fought, but I do know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Yep, I think the culture war's already started. So
Jim, you said it right, but you made one mistake. It won't be world war.
Yeah, that'll be it for everybody.
That's
that'll
it.
be that.
Basically, it'll be the neighbours' war.
But you know what? If that happens, the aliens are going to stop us from actually firing those.
You kidding?
nukes,
The aliens have actually been looking down going, I ain't visiting that place. Nope.
they're already here, mate. I tell you, they're already here.
I mean, that's why Elon Musk isn't the most successful person on the planet, because the aliens has just gone, it's like planetary, just like, going away.
See, now we're on this bit about people's dark side. We all know where our dark side is, and my dad used to actually tell us what the dark side was. Remember the old expression, my kids, I would die for my kids.
Yeah.
My dad's was, my kids, die for them? No. Kill for them? Yes. And that's the dark side coming out. It's not a case of, I would sacrifice myself to save my children. It's, no, I'll fucking actually kill everybody around who's threatening my children to make sure my children are fine.
You see, this is where I'm going. If we're talking Jedi universe,
this is getting too dark.
I'm going in the consular side. I'd kill to make sure no one kills my kids, but I would not die and not be able to protect my kids.
Yeah, that's what my dad's expression was, is dying, that you would die for your children. That's one thing. But would you kill for your children? That's the dark side that's coming out. You know that anybody threatens that, then you got a lot
we
of
all
shit
would.
coming your way.
We all would. It's
And
instinct.
that's the thing. So people who think it's a case of I would die for my children is the ultimate sacrifice. It's not. I would kill for my children. That's the ultimate sacrifice.
It's really funny because
I would go to jail for life if it protects.
Because when I talk to my mum about stuff like because my mum's from a different generation, obviously, about murder and stuff like that, I would say to her, look, there are people in this world that will kill someone and sleep, and sleep well in the night after they've killed someone, and my mum cannot wrap her head around that at all. She cannot.
I think that's actually an excellent point, and this is I would say, joke, and I can't remember his name, but he was part of the Blue Collar Comedy Tour early 2000.
Bill Burr?
No, Jeff, Billy, the Cable Guy.
You're talking about, I know what he's...
But he had this rule about when the pimpled teenage kid, 15 years old, came up to his front porch and asked his daughter out for a date, he would just hug him and lean in and say, hey, buddy, that there is my most precious item on the planet, and I have no trouble going back to prison again.
Yeah, Jeff Foxworthy.
The best line's got to be from what is it? I can't remember what film it was. This guy comes in to date his daughter, and he says, "Listen, mate, I've got a shovel and a hole in the background. Nobody's going to miss you if you mess around with my daughter." So there you go.
That's it. That's
the thing as well, because people automatically assume the dark side is I would die for my kid. No. What you would do to protect the kids, that's your dark side's going to come out. And we all have it. Because there's always somebody it would bring our dark side out. Not in a bad way, but it'd bring their dark side out to protect.
It's instinct.
So we're eventually all going to be that guy from Serenity.
Yeah.
Well, that's been a stream killer there, isn't it? We've gone down to 8 viewers now.
Oh,
We'll go back. We'll go back.
Look at me. I don't have a shovel. I didn't bury the tooth.
We'll
Oh, Wreck-It Ralph. I love that film.
I quite enjoyed that. I thought that was quite a fun one.
It was the second one was a bit woke, but
the second one I never saw. It's because of that.
Really good.
But
I think simple stories are the simply well made stories are the stories that actually capture the imagination.
I think some of that's why I like picking up the DVDs, the older ones, because some of the stories are just stories for the sake of a story.
I'll tell you there's yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Jim. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, Ian. You know the acronym KISS, KISS.
Yeah. Make it simple, idiot, or something like that. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
exactly. It's like you don't have to get too convoluted. You don't have to bake too many things in. Tell an amazing story, and you will get people to where you want to go.
And you know what the prime example of that is? Taken. You ever see the film Taken?
Yeah.
That was so simple.
Watch it. Yeah.
That was so simple.
Set of skills.
Yeah, exactly. That people loved it because it was meant to go straight to DVD, but they released it in the cinema, and it just took so much money because it was so simple and stupid and entertaining.
That's why I like these type of movies, because they've got no much story and they're just fun action. Nothing major happens on, especially the old. These are Jet Li one, obviously, but see the old Chinese movies. I love them for the same reason.
Once upon
not a lot of
time,
story. The story is stop him getting in there. That is the whole story, and it's the whole way they do it. To me, it's because it's a simple story, and it doesn't need to be too convoluted, and it's just the fun way of doing it. It could be a comedy, it could be an action, it could be something, but it's the way to get round that simple story, and I think that's the way it should be.
I do like simple stories. I mean, Duel's one of them. You know, the Spielberg TV film Duel. That was really simple. What else was simple? As I said, Taken was very simple. It was just him beating people up to get to his daughter. That's all it was, really. Let's face it. I don't know. There's loads of. I mean, Assault on Precinct 13 was very simple. They were stuck in the office, and there was all these people trying to kill them.
The classic one was better. They did a remake, and the remake was
terrible. Yeah, it wasn't very good. No. Halloween's a simple story. Maniac escapes from a lunatic asylum, kills people.
Back to his house, and it's basically that's what it is. He goes back to his house, and that's what it is.
Yeah, they're very, very simple stuff. Always works very well. Star Wars is very simple as well.
The hero's journey. Remember that
Attack of the Block? I didn't like Attack of the Block for some reason. That's got Jodie in it, hasn't it?
Attack the Block. Yeah.
From the producers of Shaun of the Dead. I actually thought it was okay. I didn't think it was the greatest movie, but I thought as an action movie, it just felt like somebody's school project.
It's too close to more money. It's too close to where I live, that stuff. So I didn't really. I hate. If I wanted to see people beat people, I might just walk out my door right now. Do you know what I mean? So it's just I just too close to stuff.
Do you know the one movie? It was too close to where I lived.
What was that?
Unleashed. Danny the dog.
Oh, that one, yeah.
That was filmed in Glasgow.
Oh, yeah.
In a number of places in Glasgow. Sloan's Bar, the bit where they come driving round, that's actually a wee cul-de-sac. You can't actually drive around it, and it's into Sloan's Bar. I've drank in there, and you drive by, and there's the big crane from the Port Authority and stuff. And a lot of the places that I've either visited, walked past, or I've worked next to.
Do you remember that show, PJ? Do you remember that show, Spencer? Not Spencer. It had that guy from. He was a pop singer as well. He sang some tunes. He's got a broken nose, and he was in A Wiedersehen Pet.
Oh, you mean Jimmy Neal?
Yeah, Jimmy Neal. He had a TV show, didn't he, on BBC. What was it called? Is it called Spencer or something like that? Do you remember that show? Was that shot in Scotland?
I don't know. It's been that long since I saw it. I don't actually think so. I thought, was that not actually filmed in Manchester or something?
I don't know. I was just asking. I thought it was Scottish thing, but obviously it wasn't.
I can't remember, because if I watched it, I would have watched it around the time Wiedersehen Pet was on.
So because he got famous for that, didn't he? He he sang a couple of songs in the charts.
He sang it, and basically he had wanted to sing in Wiedersehen Pet, and he kept saying, you know, Jimmy Nail singing.
Jimmy Nail, yeah.
People will go, no. And then
what was it called? What was that show called? Was it Spencer or not Spooner? So I'll have to look it up. It's called something. I can't remember, but it was very successful. I think it went to 2 seasons or something like that. I should write his name.
Because Jimmy Neal hit it big after Wiedersehen Pet. Yeah, but I must admit I can't remember it.
Let's have a look. See what he's done. Jimmy Nail, television. Wiedersehen Pet.
I think it was Spencer. Yes.
Was it?
CI series, a private investigator series. That's
yes.
What Archer says.
Was it Spencer? I can't even. Doesn't say here. Yeah. Let's have a look at his filmography.
Right. Well,
Danny the Dog.
I'll show my last 3 DVDs.
Spender. That's it. That's what it was called. Spender. Yeah.
He did sing Crocodile Shoes. Yes. He sang Crocodile Shoes actually on Wiedersehen Pet. I picked that one up.
I got that one. The first one. The first one's great.
Okay movie. It's basically because it's got all the old classic action movie stars in it. I thought it was. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
That's a good one.
The last 2 I've got are classics. Nice, good old classics. How's that one?
Oh yeah, it's definitely
and her.
Good for the collection. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Great chariot chase in that.
Oh God, the bit where the chariot you sort of screwed up a wee bit when they actually it pops up. You can see the equipment in the back of the chariot. It's meant to make it.
It's absolutely terrific. That chariot race.
Basically, the stuntmen did that. A lot of that. The chariot race. They actually did it. And you're sitting there thinking, nowadays they would be so far apart and they would CGI it all together to make it look dangerous.
Can you imagine how dangerous that scene was to shoot?
Wasn't there like 15,000 people on the Ben-Hur film?
Because it wasn't CGI. It wasn't a CGI audience like you did with what was the one with Forrest Gump? Remember how they and then they just recorded it all in parts and just put it all together. They didn't do that. They basically had the bit where they just brought a load of people in to actually be the audience.
Yeah, it was amazing. They won an Oscar for it.
Ben-Hur reminds me of a film I thoroughly love. Still love. It's Gettysburg. The 3 days of the army coming up, they're meeting together and they're clashing and everything. And what they did, they filmed it during the live reenactment of it. So all the people that were like, yes, we love this. We dress up. We do this stuff. All they did was giving 15 to 20,000 people just watch us. If it busts, you fall over and pretend you're dead. That's all they did. And they had helicopter cameras and everything. It was awesome. And the soundtrack to Gettysburg is awesome.
I should check it out.
Well, they basically got reenactors to basically do it because that way it cut down the cost because they just had to hire the guys and the guys brought their own equipment. So they didn't need to actually basically pay for all the equipment.
They did that
exactly. That's what they did because this is the biggest event apparently in America. It's the reenactment of Gettysburg.
Yeah.
And there's 20,000 people usually gathering. And they used it for the film, and this was way
Carol. Sorry, Carol. Yes, there are 2 versions. That one was Robert Urich, but I think didn't Robert Urich do Vegas? He did Vegas.
Yes, he did Vegas as well.
Yeah. Good-looking fellow, Robert Urich in the 70s. He's one of those people that belongs in the 70s, like Lee Majors, Robert Urich. Do you know what I mean? What's his name? Rockford Files. Jim Rockford. He belongs in the 70s as well.
I mainly remember him from Killdozer.
Yeah.
Killdozer was fun. Yeah, I can remember that. Yeah,
I did like Vegas though. I thought that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun.
I used to be freaking terrified of walking past a bulldozer after that movie.
Yeah. But there were some great shows in the 70s. I mean, not to mention shows like Starsky and Hutch and what is it? Mannix. You remember Mannix?
Mannix, yeah, I do remember
that show, Mannix. Yep. That was quite fun as well.
I do, yeah.
And there was Dan August that starred Burt Reynolds. I don't remember. That's going back though.
Burt Reynolds. We're going to be doing that soon. Burt Reynolds. Well, no, Burt Reynolds. It's the Mal Needman who did Smokey and the Bandit, Cannonball Run.
Yeah. So listen, guys, I've got to go. But it's a pleasure. Always.
Oh, you're
always a pleasure. You're welcome anytime.
I've got to go on the other show. That's why.
What take my audience, boy?
No.
What's the other show?
Was it Ian Brown show? I can't remember what it's called now, but I don't care.
Okay.
But listen, it's always a pleasure spending time with you guys, Jim, PJ, Wendy. I love you. You know that. And Sadigo. I'll catch up with you soon, guys. All right, you take care. And,
take care.
Thank you for joining us.
Keep the faith. Keep the faith, guys. See you later. Ta-da.
You guys do that.
My last DVD, and it is an old classic TV show.
Go on then.
Are we sure we have enough time? Because I have a huge pile that I picked up today. Bagpuss.
Oh, Bagpuss.
Children's classic, the complete Bagpuss. I loved this when I was growing up. This was just, I got this just for the simple fact is the happy memories. Just that DVD
I love Bagpuss. We didn't get Bagpuss in the States, to my knowledge. I had never heard of it until I came here. But he's so cute. He's so cute. Darren got me a little Bagpuss. Blushy, excuse me.
And stuff like that. Just superb duper. But that was my collection.
Go ahead, Jim. Let her rip.
Thank you for throwing me under the bus.
I'm dying to know what Ian's would have been.
That's why he jumped.
Right. Let's begin. This is 100% charity shop. I pay a total amount of £1 Great British pound for this entire haul.
The only thing is, Jim, nowadays with the inflation, you don't call it great anymore. You just call it the
British pound. It's a British pound. But all of these were 10 pence each.
Wow.
We begin with a Polish version of...
Polish? Okay.
Live and Let Die.
Polish version. That's pretty.
Yes,
tricky.
so it's the Polish one, but I'm grabbing all of it for my collection because I want all of James Bond's films.
Yeah.
So it is a Polish one.
Jim, aren't you Swedish?
Yes, I am.
Well, shouldn't you get the Swedish version?
I will say I'm actually disappointed on with the charity shops because I have not yet found Swedish versions.
Oh, okay.
They tend to be English with Swedish subtitles. But the first one I got, and this is just expanding my James Bond title and collection, and Live and Let Die. I don't think there is any more memorable, if you put it that way, when it comes to James Bond. Live and Let Die. Anyone that likes James Bond, that would be...
I've been collecting James Bond as well, so I have. And I stopped with Daniel Craig. I've not got any of the new stuff.
It's unfortunately just a simple box.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
A lot of them are doing that now. They're just firing it out, nothing special in it. It's a shame, but still part of the collection. It's still great.
Here's a film that I haven't seen it's pretty much since it came out. I remember I liked it, but I don't know if it's as good. But I saw it in the same charity shop. So again, I paid only 10p.
You know what? I have a strange craving to watch. I had a strange craving to watch that earlier today for some reason.
See, somebody was talking to me about it today, and I'm sitting there thinking, what was it about? And I can't remember.
Right.
But,
okay.
Pretty much at the same level.
It's basically it's about this group of hackers who basically found a way to basically implant themselves into someone's mind, so they can basically enter their dreams and use it to collect sensitive information from, say, an enemy agent or from a rival business. And
exactly, and they can twist their reality and all that. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I remember from it. The next
really
one is, believe it or not, I love this just for the pure action element that there is in it.
So. See, that was a fun movie because the premise was so ridiculous. It was just fun. And because they knew it was a ridiculous premise, they just had fun with it. The two of them playing each other's characters was just a case of weird and fun.
Oh, he's just so... When John Travolta's playing the villain, he's just so evil, isn't he? When he's like when he visits him in prison, he's like, now, if you don't mind, I have a government job to abuse and a beautiful wife to fuck.
Yeah, he plays a really good psycho. He really does.
And then he loses his mind as he's walking. I was like, don't tease on him. He's probably had a troubled childhood.
But it's that whole thing. And this is a heavy box. I don't know why it's heavy, because it has literally your basic leaflets and your DVD.
Is it a leaflet or a booklet? Is it a leaflet or a booklet?
I would say leaflet. I would say leaflet because it.
Yeah. It's just for sometimes you get the booklet and they actually look up, and that's where the weight is in them.
Kelly, it's a great film, Kelly. But it's kind of blokish, but it's a great film, I think.
Yeah.
It's definitely boyish action thing.
Yeah.
It's
a ridiculous premise. The two of them swap faces and swap lives.
Do you know what's more ridiculous? They're talking of doing a sequel now, and that's just they couldn't do a sequel. They killed the golden goose, didn't they, in the first film?
Yeah. Again,
somebody else. They'll say, "We've done it before. We'll do it again." That's a sequel. End of story.
What else you got, Jim?
I have another one, and this is a heavy pickup as well. It's really weighty, and I can't describe it. It doesn't have anything like a special.
It's vanilla.
Well, it says special edition. The only reason I picked it up is because it says it has a DVD game, and I'm thinking you're sitting there with your remote controllers left. And then you wait 2 minutes and it does left. And then you press right and it's 2 minutes because the DVD has to load. But
is that which one's that?
Is that the first one? It's just the first one.
I love
World's End.
I like the first one. I think
the first and second one.
Idea. They had a good idea and they should have just left it at one.
Yeah, I can't recall if I've seen anything past the second one anyway, because I just tend to lose interest when they start cranking out sequels like that. But that's a fun film.
Yeah.
Right. As you said, fun. Let's move on to comedy. And I know this guy is a little bit. People may not agree with him, but I think his comedy tours are absolutely awesome, and I'm still looking for Coming Out of a Book, and it's none other than Eddie.
I love Eddie. Yeah. We went to see him in concert.
We need to do a review
and we went to see a show.
The Queen's Men with Matt LeBlanc, Eddie Izzard, and stuff like that. And that's a fun movie.
Yeah.
Eddie is good in his stuff.
Just to respond to Colin, I see. I don't know this about the Braveheart sequel. Does anyone know about that?
No.
Okay, I don't think that.
Wait, they made.
I don't. I think they
were talking. They were talking about it.
Yeah, they're talking about it, but they're talking about it, and it will not work because
he died.
Braveheart. How are they going to actually change that? Because it's going to be a male orientated movie, and if they suddenly have it and change it, it won't work. So you've got
I got the nightmare scenario
and it won't work for Braveheart. In Gladiator, you can get away with certain aspects of it, but it's still going to be a male orientated movie. So it doesn't matter if they change the race of the gladiator, because they can have people, because it was all around the Mediterranean. It would work that way, but it's still an orientated movie, and they can't have it that the gladiators get beat up by a woman. It just would not work. So I can't see it working for those two.
The next one is, I love what British people can do, and I'm not just saying like the south of England, the Welsh, the Scottish, Northern Ireland, even the Ireland,
even north of English.
Well,
you left that part of the country out. You said southern England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland.
Yeah, there's nothing up in Scotland, but just a lot of hills and heather. But there are some really creative, still in these days. Well, when I say these days, it's still 20 years ago. Directors, producers, writers, actors that can do some really amazing things. And this is
Snatch.
one of them.
Beautiful movie. We were talking about that. I was talking about that a couple of days ago. We were in work. We were talking about that, and I was trying to explain to the girl, because she's a Brad Pitt fan, how to watch Snatch, because Brad Pitt makes zero sense. Yeah, and it was his case, because we were talking about the movie. What was the movie I watched? Brad Pitt played the stoner in it. It was puffing.
Was that No, it wasn't. Oh, True Romance.
True Romance. It was the girl in work. She says, "Have you seen True Romance?" I thought, "No, I've not." She said, "A Tarantino one." So I watched it, and I was talking to her about it and saying how it was great. And she says, "I love Brad Pitt in that one." I says, "Snatch, you watch Brad Pitt in that one. It's almost as bad as his character in that one. He's just completely weird for Brad Pitt playing a character." And that's what we were talking about. And what it is just fun, because I'd never seen True Romance, and I must admit I enjoyed it. It was,
but even I'm not sure how many females there are watching this. Well, I would say adult human female. We will get banned forever.
See, adult human female and women. That's the same word.
Exactly. But he was really fit. It's like six-pack, toned abs. Physically, it looks like he can really do this amount of damage to your underground boxer. He was really in his physical prime, and you just took that one look at that, and he's going up against a fat bastard. Pardon language. But you looked at him and it's like, okay, he throws one punch and you're out. It's like, yes, he can actually do that. Whereas I look at Brie Larson, Captain Universe or whatever she was, whereas I look at all of those others, it's like, okay, you're supposed to be super trained. You're not even 100.
Captain Marmite.
Captain Marmite, yes. It's essentially that bit. He looked definitely like I'm living in the rough. I'm living in caravans. I take a crap in the woods. I don't have indoor plumbing. And there's like a guy 3 times my size, and I throw one punch, boom, he's down. Oh, yes, Snoopy.
Yep. Basically, it's just I got that sent to me, and I thought, yep, that's me. If I can't bring my dog, I'm no going.
Nope, no going.
Yep.
Right.
So what else you got, Jim?
I have a few more. Sorry to
How many
keep
more?
you guys waiting. 4 more.
Okay.
This moment. One is going to be a real classic, but this one is one that I have absolutely not watched. But I've been told it's amazing.
Team America.
That is a great one.
Well, all I can say, Jim, is fuck yeah. It is a fun movie that I think it's just one of those ones. It could never be made today because they take the piss out of everybody. The fact that the burger, and that's them speaking Arabic.
I have it in a physical copy.
I'm showing we. I'm showing we.
The stuff they never get away with today is the Film Actors Guild thing. FAG.
But it's even the fact is they were doing the Kinjan. And remember, I'm showing we.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just they could not get away with that today.
Yeah. Hey, terrorist, terrorize
this. So you're grr.
Should we do a
before I finish my last 3?
Right. We'll do your last 3.
And I did see Nosferatu just sneak across the screen there, so don't think you did get away with it.
Yeah, he's This is his time of the night now. He's getting ready to go on the night shift here.
It's time of the night because accordingly it's a full moon out there.
Ooh.
Remember?
Right, go ahead, Jim.
Go on, Jim.
Right, so 3 more, and now I'm bringing out the really heavyweight.
Oh, go on then.
Are you sure you're ready, Wen?
I'm ready.
Are you sure? We'll begin with the greatest Scottish actor ever on the planet, playing
Sean Connery.
a Russian.
Oh, yes.
Red October. Another movie we were talking about because we were talking submarine movies. Periscope, Operation Petticoat, Hunt for Red October. I think that is just amazing.
Absolutely love this film.
And 10p is all I paid for it. Widescreen collection, special edition.
That's brilliant.
I've got actually one from that widescreen collection. I picked it up today. It was to replace my original copy, Spartacus. It's the widescreen collection, so it must be all part of the same one. It's just got a yellow bar across the top that says widescreen collection. I picked up the Spartacus one from the same set, but it was just to replace the one I had already had.
No, that was one, but I do have 2 more.
Go on,
and I have put them in order. So it's like, what was I more pleased about? So you go from the lower level to where I think I did great. And the next one, I think might actually miss a few people. But it is...
I love that film. That's a fantastic movie.
Once Upon a Time in America.
Do you know, I've heard loads about this, but I've not seen it. I don't think I've seen it anyway.
It's a long film. There's a rather very disturbing. Well,
there is a lot of disturbing. This one was rated 18 back in the 80s?
1984, yeah. There's this.
Didn't De Niro make this?
Jim,
you
just copied me, so yeah.
No, it's Sergio Leone. Sergio Leone made it. It was but Robert De Niro is the main.
Yeah, he's just copied me because I picked that one up early and I showed you.
This is why I was laughing when you were putting up Once Upon a Time
in China.
Because I had it for the same.
Nice. That's a beautiful set.
It is. It is a lovely set. Even inside, you can almost tell a good set when the inside of the box is actually all coated as well.
Very nice.
But like
Robert De Niro, I'm really curious.
I do have.
The thing is, Robert De Niro he is like a really nasty gangster. He kills, he rapes, he's vicious. But like at the same time, like you see this reflective period, and you kind of do feel from him a bit. But like he's.
That's down to De Niro's ability to really,
exactly,
Right. Carol Jude said, Kelly Lynch Wendelgy, I love Wolfman Jack, WABC. Yeah, loved Wolfman Jack.
Yep,
he was awesome.
Wolfman Jack. When I was actually looking for, when I was actually doing my box opening, and it's got the thing, I was initially looking for the Wolfman, and every time I put in Wolfman, it would be Wolfman Jack.
Wolfman Jack, yeah.
So I basically had to hunt high and low because Wolfman Jack kept coming up all the time.
Right, Jim, what have you got? What's this?
I have one more.
Right.
I do not know how this translates over a webcam, but the front cover is completely 3D hologram. Even makes my brain just go. It's like, what's going on?
Matrix? The Devil's Double. Oh, that's we can see that. That's pretty trippy.
I've heard about that one, but I've not seen it.
I've never even heard of that one.
Yeah.
Same have I, but I know about the actor.
Who's in it?
Dominic Cooper. And I've actually met him at Comic-Con several years in a row.
Yeah, his name's not
the entire
ringing a bell.
Front screen is hyper 3D. So you get
the Evil Set Dead box. It's the.
But this is how the normal one looks like.
What's the actor's name again?
Dominic Cooper at the top here.
Dominic Cooper.
He's done Alice in Wonderlands. He's done tons of amazing stuff. He's a British actor, really humble. The times I've met him, he's been okay.
Oh my God, Preacher. Preacher. Oh, I love him. He was. I watched the first series of Preacher. I haven't got around to watching the second one yet, but the first one was brilliant.
Yeah. Superb.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
You need to tell us what it's like. I've not seen that one, I must admit.
I haven't, but this weekend I'm hoping to be able to actually.
Well, believe it or not, this weekend I'm hoping not to catch any movies.
Oh, yes.
Well, you'll be panicking about
you need to let us know, huh? You need to let us know.
Oh, the world don't know.
We'll hear you from down here.
Yep.
So just to give everybody the actual toll for this, I paid £1 Great British pound.
Holy
everything
cow.
I showed you this evening.
That's amazing.
Well, I've still got a couple of wee things to show you. One is still part of my haul, but it's not DVDs. I got rid of the DVDs. And something else I got, which is the box openings tomorrow. But I'll give you a wee sneak preview of the box.
Go on then.
Once Jim's finished and used to, if you've got anything to
No,
show.
I'm actually finished. I saved this one
Jim,
because I didn't know how the great 3D would look. But when I looked at that cover, I'm going dizzy because it's like that 3D.
Sorry, Jim.
Like what Sven does right now.
Jim, I was I was at the attic of the little boys' room, so I missed your last choice. Can I see it, please?
Last
choice. Okay, quick recap. This is the pack box. This is 3D, so you can see it. Hopefully.
Have you seen Devil's Stubble, Sadako?
No, but one of my former co-workers, he was kind of getting rid of stuff. He did give me on DVD. I've not got around to it yet. He gave me that. He gave me Boys from the Black stuff and
Boys from the Black stuff. Oh my god, he's a job. I could do that. He's a job.
And the Friday the 13th movie collection.
Oh, that's awesome.
Somebody sent me a list of all their collection. There's Jason, there's Freddy, there's Chucky, there's Ash, there's Pinhead. He's got busts.
Oh my
god! And some of them I want them all, but I can't afford them all because he's sitting about selling some of them. And there's a few I want, and there's a few I can't afford. They're amazing. He's got an Ash v Evil Dead, the Evil Ash, a bust, full size. I want that.
Jesus, yeah.
He's got Pinhead. He's got Freddy with a mask, and it's signed. Can't afford that either. He's got the figures, that size figures, same idea as Ash. So he's got this one, but he's also got the rest of the crew. So he's got Jason, Freddy, Chucky,
and he's cool.
All of them. And I'm so jealous. And he's got some fantastic models.
But we do have a play down on Wednesday. Yep. We'll be bringing out the big guns, so to speak.
Yes. Right, you want to see what I picked up in the charity shop?
Yeah, bring it on.
£2. And
nice.
he was not meant to be that.
The last time I showed the guys before we came online.
I was wondering if you could.
As I did that, it kicked me off. It literally dropped myself.
Basically, PJ hit
I basically went like that, and he fired. That's why I don't fire straight to the camera, because the last time I fired straight to the camera, it kicked me off, and I had to reconnect. We were knocking ourselves. Thankfully, we didn't do it on screen, but basically,
I think that would have been funny.
So you just twist his hat, you just twist his body, and he goes boom.
What'd he break?
He's actually hit the speaker. However, I'm going to put him away because I'll show you a sneak preview of what's in the box, and it's literally just going to be a sneak preview. So I'll show you 2 of the figures.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, there
is 2 boxes of these, and it's the Laurel and Hardy ones. And there's one of the boxes.
Those are really cute.
They're bobbleheads.
Those are adorable.
And there's 2 boxes. I'm not showing you what's the other one.
Oh, very interesting.
That's those ones. And there's 4 of these boxes. And it's bobbleheads, and it's Dad's Army.
I thought it was Dad's Army when you showed the back.
Yeah. And I've got
Captain Mannering.
Season 4. This is season 1. The full set. There's 4 of them. I've ordered season 2, which has got 3 of them. So they're in the box opening, and we'll have a look at that for tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Basically, they all arrived, and I just sat and opened them out. And I even opened one of the Laurel and Hardys, but I put them back in the box. Because I thought, I'm putting them all out. And I took them all out and put them on my wee thing, and I thought, that looks really good. So I put them back in the box because it didn't look as good, but they actually looked a bit more secure.
Hello, yeah. I'm so going to have to fake this Wednesday's, shall we say, reveal, because I have definitely played with these.
Oh yeah.
And one of the other things I picked up, I'm going to keep aside for when I hit 250 subscribers. The Mark Further collection: Animal Crackers, Monkey Business, Duck Soup, and
nice
Horse Feathers. I picked that up, but I've got the box set, and as I said, this one is still the condition in it is absolutely amazing. So it's no, is that there's a wee teeny dent here in this outer box, but the inner box is still perfect condition. So I'm going to give that as a 250 subscriber giveaway. So because I basically picked up and I thought, give it back to the charity shop, and I thought, nah, somebody else might as well get use out of it. But that's basically these came through, and I was so happy when they did.
Excuse me.
So that was my whole collection. So watch out tomorrow for my box opening. What's in the box? I knew what was in the box because I'd ordered it, but it was just.
We'll look out for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, chaps, I'm starting to flag here, so yes. I think I'm going to.
I can understand that because it is actually a knack. I think. Do you know what it is? It's starting to get warmer, and because of the warm, it's making me tired.
No. We have a film from the 1980s, Danny Glover against Mel Gibson, and we're just going, I'm getting too old for this.
I'm getting too old for it.
I say that a lot. Well, I say that a lot.
Before you go, I've got some of mine to show. Which thing
oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you had anything to show. That's great.
All right. It's mainly from because I did go to a Doctor Who convention the other week in Bedford. It was fun. And basically I didn't have much money, so I didn't spend much, so I didn't get many items, but I did get the following.
Oh yeah, beauty! I remember that one.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's really nice.
Yeah, it's a good read so far. It actually goes a bit more into the passions of the mood of the Earth people during the Earth Draconia conflict.
Yeah, cool.
And
very nice thing.
And this, but it's
monsters.
Oh,
nice. Monsters. Very good.
That's nice.
Your favorite, the Candyman.
Candyman. Because the Candyman can.
Yeah. Anyway.
But that's superb. I remember that. I used to love the Target books. I had them all.
Oh yeah.
So
there's a couple of good stories. I think I've got the books in here that I actually read. I don't know if they're Targets though. I'll have to go and check a minute. Hold on.
I don't have any Target books left. I had to sell my collection, and I was not a happy chap. There I was. I had to sell them all. And after I had to sell them all, I says, I'm never collecting again. And that stuck, didn't it?
My local library had loads of Target books.
I used to buy them down the barras. There's a store I would go down, like 20-30p, and I would every time I go in, I would have a hunt through them all. He had hundreds of books. They were just piled up. They weren't in any particular order. And anytime I picked one up, I think, I've got that one. Check the year. Oh, this is a earlier edition. So I would take that one. And then next week I'd bring the old one back. And it's literally, I would get older and older books rather than newer and newer books. So that's how I used to love I used to hunt, like the hunt of books and stuff like that, like I do for DVDs and charity shops now. I used to go down the barras. The Barraland was a market. So that we used to always go to the barras every weekend. And that's where the fun was, hunting for books and Target books.
Yeah. These aren't Targets, I can see, but these were actually quite entertaining stories. These are BBC books.
Yeah.
Picked these up a few years back. That's one. Yeah, this one is written by Mark Gatiss. This is actually a really good story. I enjoyed this. The Second Doctor.
Well, that's the third.
The third. Sorry. See, my head's gone now tonight. And this one I actually enjoyed as well. This is a very dark one, and it's quite dark for Peter Davison's Doctor. But it's good. It's good. I enjoyed it.
Well, I'll track that one down if I can.
Yeah, quite interesting, that one. So yeah, I'd forgotten about these. I read them so long ago. Now I'd forgotten we had them.
The ones I've got are not Target at all. But then again, they're not really like me, because I've got the showed that in the thing. It was the omnibus.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I picked that up when.
Well, they are targets, but they are kind of like they're on the.
Yeah,
I've got that one. I have that one.
And
got that
all
one.
the scripts for the Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a load of other ones, but these are just the ones that are on top that I've still got to go through and read. Because I'm literally going to be, believe it or not, traveling again. I'm going to be traveling for a week. But the good thing is, it's midweek, the beginning of May. So no Wednesday stream that week, but I'll still be here on Saturday, either side. Because I fly out on Monday and come back on Friday.
I've got a suggestion.
You mean I have to work on a Wednesday?
Yeah. PJ, I have a suggestion for a future Wednesday movie. The Star Trek movies. We could do them.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
As long as we stop before the new crap.
Well,
the reboot.
I will say this. I'm probably be the most controversial ones and saying Star Trek 5 film I actually enjoyed.
See, I
didn't think it belonged, but I enjoyed.
See, the thing is, I can't think of one I actually thought don't like that at all. And that's the thing, because they were Star Trek, so they were automatically a cool. I think the one that nowadays I like least is the motion picture. But I loved that when that first came out, and it's because there's just so much you could watch that visuals and still get the same excitement out of it. So it's that part. So if I'm watching it, I'll maybe fast forward through those visuals because I've seen them so many times. So I do cut that movie away down just for the simple fact is.
Yeah, you see, I'm the complete opposite. I'm a coffee drinker, but if I'm watching Star Trek the motion picture, I actually make myself a cup of tea and just slowly sip as this and I agree. It had time and place in motion picture history, long drawn out, really long stories.
Mm-hmm.
But the visuals of Star Trek the motion pictures, they're just gorgeous. They're gorgeous like 2001.
They are. That's what I was saying. I love them, but unlike a lot of the stories, the visuals, it's just so many times you can see it without still being the same impact. That's what I'm saying. So the story parts of it I still enjoy, but the long cuts, basically the sci-fi porn, the ship porn, basically just so much of it you could watch and then you just cut it because as soon as you see the ship, nothing else happens. So you get rid of that part with the ship in it, or when they're going through because nothing else happens.
Exactly. As someone that watched the film about 40 plus times, I will literally I want to watch motion picture. Please put me 15 minutes into the film because that's when the first dialogue happens.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I'll do that, but
I don't see that because we're going to actually do one with Alec, Mr. AWM. I keep getting that part. So we're going to do one with Hal and Colin as well. We're going to do one about Hal Needman, and that's Smokey and the Bandit, Hooper, Cannonball Run, Cactus Jack, because that's one of my favourite movies.
Yeah, so we finally watched that the other day.
Cannonball Run is amazing.
Yeah, well, I've got Cannonball Run, Hooper, and Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit's one of my favourite films of all time. I absolutely love that film.
Yeah, so we're going to do one with that, but the Star Trek movies, yeah, I'm okay with that because I've got them all up on my shelf. I've literally been collecting them.
How would we do it? We do it like film by film each stream, or
we might do that in a Sunday. That's the problem. If we do them one by one, then that means it cuts out all our other reviews.
Okay.
So what we usually do is we stick them to a Sunday if we're doing a week by week review.
Or we could
and I know that usually means that Wen's is actually knackered because she's got obviously other plans.
Well, the challenge will also be is because we've already seen all of them.
Yeah.
So trying to narrow it down to that one film, but because something Star Trek films did way better than the Star Wars films is the 10 films, 9, I will be wrong, chat will correct me, is they actually build a story throughout them. And they connected motion picture to Star Trek 2, Brother Khan, 3, I can't remember the name, 4, Back to Earth, Getting the Whales.
Yeah, they sort of basically left with one left off and stuff like that, but it was things like Ratha Khan was a continuation of Space Seed and the original, and it was things like that. So they had a basic idea. Like, for instance, the motion picture, V'ger, was in effect a copy of Nomad from the original series.
The Changeling,
The Changeling, so it was very similar. The different ending, but it was very similar to that. So it was a case of you could see the similarities to what you'd already seen, and it was just an expansion of it or a continuation of it. Then you had the ones where Spock's got a brother. Yeah. Then you get ones like that, and you're sitting there thinking, yes, sorry, why does a god need a spaceship? There is some good lines in it and the good ideas, but it's the fact is it had to be related. It had to be related to Spock.
I'm going to respond to that, Jim. You don't ask the Almighty for his ID.
I'm sorry. Who are you again?
But that's the thing is, I like the idea of doing that, but the problem is we can't do it every single week because we like doing a variation of the movies. That's the problem. So we might do it on Sunday. We might do a generic one for Star Trek on a Wednesday and just talk about Star Trek in general.
But I'll up the game even here. We have done this. What is this? This is like we're on despite the break and everything. We're literally 6 to 8 months into having a good combination. We have still to cover Babylon 5.
God, I know.
Oh, bring it on.
I know.
I need to go back and rewatch it. It's been a long time, but
Babylon 5. We haven't even touched
every movie, even the extended, even the spin-offs are there.
You even have a Molari doll, a puppet item thingy, collectible, whatever you want to call
it. There. Look, that's Malari there, and Garibaldi is just following along. Plus, I've got Delenn, Dia, Jakar, Londo, Susan Abanova, and John Sheridan up there as well.
Yeah, that is awesome.
So, I do like Babylon 5. I'm a big Babylon 5 fan.
Just a little bit.
Just a touch.
Just a wee bit.
But it's a case
of... I am. I'm absolutely shattered.
When?
Well, we woke up. I got up this morning about 7 o'clock this morning, and then we walked. Not long after that, we walked into town to the city center just for the exercise, and then did some grocery shopping. We didn't walk back because saw that. But I've just been today. I just decided I'm just gonna fix everything. I'm gonna vacuum everything. I'm gonna clean everything. So I've been going nonstop today. We did stop a couple of times, watched a couple of things, but all of a sudden it's just hitting me now. And you know the sound of the tree splintering, when it goes over. I'm starting to go.
Yep. You're talking to a real Viking that actually grew up north of the Arctic Circle. Yes, I know what the tree splintering sounds like.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
It's like.
So yeah, I'm I think I'm going to call it.
Yes. Gwen, thank you very much for joining us as again, putting the class into this show.
Oh.
Yes,
considering the rest of it, considering the rest of it, definitely needed class.
Oh, it was great fun. It was great fun. It was nice to see Ian pop in, and it's been great to have Sadako with us as well. Mm-hmm. So thanks very much, all.
No problem. And all I can see, Wendy, is oh.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care, Wendy.
Take care.
Have a good sleep.
Take care, everybody. Thanks also to everybody who's stayed with us in the chat and who's been chatting away and supporting us. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. I can't even talk anymore now. It's time to go lay down before I hurt myself. So have a fantastic evening, everybody, and thanks very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Right. How about just for a wee while, for a wee break, we do. Let's see. Let's just try to find these bloody things again.
Oh, what fiendish thing have you found this time?
I know the answer to two of them.
I'm sorry, Sadako. I mean, I don't know you. I have no connection to you, but you're gonna win this, and I will hate you for the rest of my life.
Oh,
all 10 minutes of it.
Exactly.
Right.
Jennifer Grey in 1997.
Yeah. Right, so the thing is, I've got them face down, so even I don't know what's on top. So, who wants to go first?
Okay, I'll take it.
Right, okay, Jim. Here you go. In the Silence of the Lambs, what was Dr. Hannibal Lecter's profession?
Oh, shit. He was not. He was a psychologist or something. He was like understanding how humans work, but not necessarily.
Can I have a go?
I
will pass to Sadako.
Okay, right. I think he was a university lecturer or something.
He was a psychiatrist. Not a psychologist, unfortunately, Jim. And not a lecturer, but he was a psychiatrist. So that's it's a, let's see. I can't even remember what one this is. Is it that one? What does that sound like?
I will say I do appreciate.
That's the right question. Sorry, that was the right answer.
I do appreciate Colin's answer in the chat. He was like a chef.
Kelly, I just got it.
It's technically not wrong, but it wasn't what it was.
But that's only because he liked it with a nice Chianti.
You know, they used to show.
Kellynch wins this one because she actually spelled it out.
She got that one, yes. Yep. Okay.
There was a comedy series called the Mary White House Experience where they had cameos from Hannibal. Like they'd had this Poirot episode parody, and Poirot's going through the suspects gathered together in the room, and in the back you got Hannibal Lecter with the muscle and the boiler suit. And but I've decided that the killer was Mrs. Plum, and she's like, me, it wasn't me. And then you got Hannibal turns to her and goes, you vicious bastard.
But I remember who made a White House Experience. Right. So Sadako, this is yours. In Top Gun, what was the name of Maverick's co-pilot?
Goose.
Correct.
Oh my god! That was a lucky guess.
Right, wait a minute.
Sorry.
So I'm not meaning it offensively, but Top Gun is one of my most favorite film of all time.
So it just goes to show what comes up. So, Jim, doesn't matter what anybody says in that one. Forever beans. In which film does Audrey Hepburn play a young New York socialite?
All of them?
Come on, what movie does Audrey Hepburn play a young New York socialite? Unlike the new stuff, back then, actors had range.
I'm still going to have to say all of them.
Okay, Sadaki, what do you think?
I know this one, but it's,
well, Jim's already said he doesn't know.
I think.
No, but it's literally what she's known for. It's like all of them.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
It's Breakfast at Tiffany's. Even I knew that one because I've picked up Breakfast at Tiffany's. She plays a socialite, yes, in a lot of them. But
I
she's
need
in
an
New
old
York.
board
It's
to just...
usually she's French or something like that. So,
yeah.
Okay.
By the way, we need to give extra
Jim,
points.
you are going. You shouldn't have taken first. You should have taken second.
Oh, come on.
Because remember the last one you knew the answer to? The Goose and Maverick. I know you're going to know the answer to this one. Sadaka, who directed Taxi Driver?
That was Martin Scorsese.
I knew Jim knew the answer to that one. That's why I was laughing.
Hey, what was it? Friday the 13th?
Edge got it as well. See, the thing is, remember, there's a 30-second delay. So by the time they get to hear it and answer it, we've already...
No. Kellynch and Archer, they both have hacked the algorithm, so they answer faster than we can do on live stream.
See, it's basically, that's the thing. Right, Jim, you're third and final. In the movie The Matrix, what colour pill does Neo take? The red pill or the blue pill?
R-E-D.
Correct. Yay! You got one! Okay. This one.
This must be a goat cheese like
in the movie Snatch.
Wait.
What is the name of the Turkish prize fighter who knocked out by Mickey the Pikey? There you go. It's the fact is it's a Snatch one and you picked up Snatch. And it's Brad Pitt played Mickey the Pikey, but in the movie Snatch, what was the name of the Turkish prize fighter who was knocked out by Mickey the Pikey? This is it. This is Daku's one.
Oh, mine.
Yeah, because he got the.
Wait, well, if you get it wrong, you still win.
The red pill one.
I'm gonna have to pass. So pass to Jim.
No, I don't recall because he's literally there for 2 seconds. One, he steps into frame. Second, Brad Pitt just goes whoomp, and he's gone.
The thing is, I already knew the answer to this one because I've seen that movie numerous times, and I think it's a fun one. But before, he's gorgeous. That's part of his name. So what was his name?
Mickey Gorgeous? No, not Mickey Gorgeous. There is oh, bring me out my torture.
Gorgeous George.
Gorgeous George.
That's the thing is, I remember that one. That was, as I said, I'd watched Snatch numerous times. and Brad Pitt's Mickey the Pikey is just hilarious in it, and it is just a fun movie. So
yeah,
that was
Snatch
the
overall
question.
is absolutely funny because you have such over the top characters with such amazing downfalls coming to them.
We'll try a couple from this one.
Heroes and villains.
Right. So
bring it on.
Right.
I think
Okay.
you got this.
Right. We'll take them from the top and put them at the bottom. So, Jim, heroes or villain?
Let's bring on the bad guys.
And which of the Hemsworth brothers is seen in the Expendables 2?
Chris, Adam, and yeah, and sorry, pass.
I'm going to take a guess at Chris.
It's Liam.
Oh,
yeah, because it's the guys that doesn't look like him.
It's actually, believe it or not, I'll see if I asked you what's the hero and what's the villain question. What would you class as the hero question? The white or the dark?
White, well,
I would say white is the hero question, but in this, the white's the villain question. So I asked you the hero question. It's because you would expect the white to be the hero question and the dark to be the villain question, but accordingly, these are round the other way. Because I double checked it by looking at one we did the last time, which was Iron Man's real name, Tony Stark, compared to the Darth Sidious's real name. So Darth Sidious is in white. So
that's what got me.
I asked you the villain name. I asked you the villain one. Let's see if you would have got the hero one. What does Jack Torrance shout through the hole in the door in the 1980 horror film The Shining?
I know this one.
It's for you.
Here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny. That was the original question you should have got, Jim. Right. Tadaku, hero or villain? And I'll get it right this time.
Hero, just to be different.
Hero. Right. In which of the Bourne films does Matt Damon not appear as Jason Bourne?
Is it the Bourne Ultimatum? The Bourne Identity?
The Bourne Legacy.
Oh, well, wait, shouldn't it? Wait.
Oh, Jim, see, I'd gone with the Supremacy.
Oh, PJ, you should have passed to Jim.
Yeah, I'll still fail because I'd gone with Supremacy.
It's because, yes, right. Michael Myers' mask in Halloween was a William Shatner mask that was sprayed painted white. True or false?
True.
Correct. It was. Even I knew that one. That was basically. I remember that one at the time. It was basically that was the big thing. It was Shatner's mask as the thing. So, right, Jim, hero or villain?
Let's go for hero this time, even though I don't like heroes.
In Disney's Mulan, what does Mulan disguise herself as in order to enlist in the Chinese army?
A man.
Yeah, simple as that. Even if you hadn't seen the movie, you could guess that. Yeah. So there, they Kelly and.
Sorry, just to be clear on the rules. If you get one right, then you get the next question. But if you get it wrong, then the other guy gets the question.
No, I'm just doing alternate. So like, if Jim gets the villain, you'll get the hero. If he takes the hero, you take the villain.
Oh, I see.
Right. Because there's basically two questions in each of the cards, so it's one each, and it's just a case of choice. Right. Which classic horror villain was played by Bela Lugosi?
This is to Jim.
No, it's just to you. Jim got the Mulan question.
Okay. Obviously, I picked heroes, didn't I?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a two flip thingy, so it's flip backwards and forwards. So, like next time I'll ask you, you get the hero or the villain, and if you choose hero, he'll take the villain. If you choose villain, he'll take the hero. It's
right. Okay.
What
was the question again?
Which classic horror villain was played by Bela Lugosi?
Was that Nosferatu?
Technically, maybe, but it wasn't that far back. It was actually Count Dracula.
Okay.
Because Bela Lugosi was your Count Dracula, rather than going back to the Nosferatu of the Wendy's.
Do I win or not?
I would say that's a half a point. So if it's a draw, you would get it for that one. So because Nosferatu is a vampire.
From me.
Right. So Sadako, you get to choose hero or villain.
Villain.
Okay. What was the name of the villain in the Hellraiser film franchise?
Pinhead.
Pinhead. We were talking about that. It's crazy these questions are coming up when we were talking about things like that earlier. Right, Jim. In Forrest Gump, what war is being fought when Forrest attempts to save Bubba in combat?
I don't know the exact name, but it is the time when the Americans were trying to do the Korean battlefront. I don't know the exact name of it.
It wasn't the Korean conflict, it was the Vietnam War.
Oh, it's the Vietnam one. It's literally the same region.
Yep. So, on the questions from the movie quiz, Sadako win. From the questions from the heroes and villains, Sadako win. So, Jim.
Jim.
It was just a wee Christopher Lee. Who?
Jim, can I just say, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, or just hate.
No, I hate the player, and I aim to destroy the player.
Hate the question master. He picks them. See, when I get a wee gift like that, I just think, ideal. I'll put that aside because that could be fun for the stream. And I think
those little cardboard sets are just amazing. But it depends on how your family is.
Yeah.
Because I know my family is so spread. Literally, like, Jesus Christ on the cross, like, stretched so far apart with their interest. But if you have family, friends, like a group combined, these are just, like, amazing things. Then I know there are people that are more competitive, less competitive. So you have to find that stretch. And if you have that perfect box, I mean, I enjoy this. Sadako, never met you, don't know you. You won. Fair play to you. I will destroy you next time. But it won't be this, literally. I will, like, a shovel, a duct tape, backpack, and everything is literally, I would try to win next time. Whereas my brothers, there will be duct tape. Just put it like that.
We should definitely do this again.
Yes.
We should keep these going, definitely. These are fun.
They are the thing. I'm just actually trying to download a couple of pictures to show you some of the stuff that my friend is sending, and you'll see why I think they're absolutely fantastic. And just have to download them, unfortunately, because they get sent via the WhatsApp, and I can't actually just show them.
StreamYard is usually being not cooperative.
Yeah, it's just amazing, some of these figures. I want most of them. So, right, I'll just one more and that'll do it. Because some of them are great, so they are. But there's so many, I'm going to actually fire them up now so you can see them. I just need to get them in the right order. and get them so I can view them for you. Right. Here they're here. I'm just going to actually share the screen. These are some of the things that he sent us and I want. Okay. Screen share. Now look at that as a figure.
Wow.
It's amazing, isn't it? Freddy with a thingy and it's signed.
So I hate to set that up because I know I would just like cut my fingers on
that's a full size one. So it's a bust.
That is ugly as sin, which is
And look at the pinhead, the Godzilla. You know what I mean? the gremlin, the Freddy gremlin, and
by the way, I recommend
look at the mask. Look.
By the way, I recommend to anyone this. There's a Fresh Prince rap called "A Nightmare on My Street," which basically Will Smith like raps about having the nightmare on Elm Street, like and encountering Freddy, and it ends brilliantly. Like he wakes up and he phones his DJ Jeff, and he's like, "Jeff, don't fall asleep," and like then you hear like Jeff get mauled to death by Freddy, and then Freddy comes on the phone and goes, "I'm your DJ now, Princey."
I think I've heard that, but it's been that long ago. But that's the figure I would love to get, but I just can't afford it.
What's
Ash being Evil Dead? That's Ash being Evil Dead, the evil Ash.
Oh, I see.
But look at these other figures where you've got Jason and Freddy fighting each other. Two figures either side. Even those look great, don't they? That's his thingy. Look. So you've got the Ash there. That Ash is amazing. Look, there's the Jason and the glove. There's the cars. So you get DeLorean, Starsky and Hutch. You've got the Godfather. Then you've got Scarface. You've got Scarface there. You've got Batman as well. You've got the horror section there.
So does that Scarface car have the tacky leopard print seats as well?
It looks like it. So it does.
Hideous. That was so hideous, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But just that's his collection. You can just see some of the figures there. And that's the one I would love to get. So that's them. And there's a hell of a lot more pictures. He sent me about 30 pictures, and some of them look amazing. He sent me prices for some, and yes, some of them I could probably afford one or two, but there's one or two I want and I can't afford, which is unfortunate. Because I bought my Laurel and Hardy and my Ash vs Evil Dead from Big Chief. But Jim knows about Big Chief. But you
know all about that, and you know I got
Yep. These are from Big Chief. These are from Big Chief, but they're only small, wee bobbleheads.
Oh, I didn't go for the bobbleheads.
I went with the bobbleheads. I bought the Laurel and Hardy bobbleheads and the Dad's Army bobbleheads, and I pre-ordered the next series of Dad's Army bobbleheads.
You didn't go for the Laurel and Hardy?
The big one, yes. I've pre-ordered that, and I've pre-ordered the Ash vs Evil Dead as well. So that was £700 for them alone.
Well, I was just gonna say you'll be paying taxes until like 2035.
And basically, that's my cigarette money. That's my cigarette money I've been saving away. I stopped smoking 3.5 months ago.
Well, I do feel sorry that you managed to find a way to save your money, and here I go. It's like, hey, look at these guys. And you just go, like,
the thing is, I had already an account on Big Finish because I was waiting until Big Mate, and it was at the right time because I had already the account because I had bought one or two wee things from Big Finish before. Like a couple of the magnets and stuff like that because I had created the account and I just got bits and pieces. However, then the bobbleheads actually were in stock. That's when I decided to go in and buy them. And then the Laurel and Hardy was always on my list.
But there's so many. This is where I think you're more lucky than I am because I
the
know
Delgado Doctor Who is absolutely amazing in the Big Chief. Let's see if I can find it.
But this is where I'm going. You were really lucky when you hit it. But I'm looking at the things I want to get. I'm just going, oh, I should be an adult. I shouldn't have ice cream for breakfast. I should save money to get these things. But then I should probably be an adult and get more stuff.
That's what I've ordered. The Ash v Evil
Dead. that one is gorgeous.
That one there. Look at that.
That one is absolutely gorgeous.
Stunning. Yep. So I've ordered that one, and
£225, or for any American listening is like $7 billion.
Wait to see this one. Where is it? Where's the Delgado? There's a Delgado one. It's absolutely stunning. That's the Laurel and Hardy I've ordered as well.
The Laurel and Hardy is just
There's amazing. A Delgado one here as well. So there's like the Colin and stuff like that. And accordingly, there's Tom's thing me for pre-order, but I can't find them. But
even look at that. You have that one. The man with no name.
Wow. I'm the master.
Yep. Yes. Now that is a stunning Delgado. Look at that.
Just look at it. Fantastic. And I kid you not, the stuff I've already got from Big Chieftain, it's wow.
So you can get the cigar one, but you don't get his. Oh, you do? I thought you didn't get that.
The tissue compression eliminator.
Yeah.
Yep. And so I will tell you the Ming, Emperor Ming I got, was just like, wow.
Yep. You get all those extras. You seen that?
Next to it, and I took a photo from my phone, and just like popped out even the whiskers on his goatee. It's like, holy crap.
See, I like that one, the man with no name. That looks cool as well, but
yeah, the man with no name is definitely a collection. I would definitely.
That's the one there I've ordered as well.
But you had it there, Marty McFly. That is something I would definitely be keen on getting.
That's the one I've ordered as well.
Yeah, this is the one. I literally went back to my ex and said, I know we don't like each other, but I know your dad likes this. Here's a link. You may pay top dollars for it, but he likes them.
Yep. Look at the Koenig, Commander Koenig from Space 1999. Mm-hmm. Is absolutely stunning as well. Look at that.
And that is not just Photoshop. That is literally
that's actually
the high
figure.
Quality.
Yeah. So that's the thing me of the figure. It looks stunning, doesn't it? I mean, you get the gun, the belt, and everything.
Yeah. And all of them, when you browse into the details, they will have like 96 joints where you can like move them different angles and everything, so you can make
absolutely stunning.
Or doing this or do this or this.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Supreme Dalek as well.
But again, they are an arm and a leg, both your kidneys, maybe half a lung.
Yeah,
they're very expensive.
And it's, believe it or not, it is fully articulated as well. Considering what it is, the guns. Look at the guns. The guns and the arms move as well and extend. Look at the price of it. Look at the price, £280.
Like no,
I don't think
that's for me. It's 12 months worth of saving.
Yeah, I mean, but it's 1 in 6 scale, and all of these are limited editions. So,
well, I'll do this for anyone that is left in the chat. I have Emperor Ming.
Yep. So let's
Ming the Merciless. He's
fire up
1
Ming the
in
Merciless.
6.
He's going to fire up Ming the Merciless. Let's get Ming the Merciless on. Have you seen this one, Sadaki?
I did a little bit before, I think.
Yeah. He's got Ming and Flash, and they're absolutely stunning.
This is Ming the Merciless, and I am just shy of 6 foot. This is my forearm. This is how big he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely stunning.
And I will give this, I don't know how close I can get. This is how well detailed
it
is. You have the fold of the ears, you have the eyebrows, you have his goatee. You get the clothing, and all of it is actually movable.
Wait, you see this one.
I can put his arm down and hide it
Really
away.
articulated. Look at this one. This is a statue, as far as I understand. I'm going to put this up without looking, see if somebody could actually get. What's that? See if somebody can guess the price of this. Right? It's a Batman.
I think you need to put yourself on main
the
screen.
The price is actually, you could probably see it if you got a big enough screen. But look at that figure.
Yeah, you have me on main screen, PJ.
Oh. And right, I'll share that again. That's the figure there. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, look at how that look at it. It's basically cowl comes off the bat. Take a guess at that price.
For that would be about $1,700 US dollars.
It's remember, it's in British pounds. It's the UK version.
Oh, so but £4?
It is, believe it or not, £1,850. Ouch! Ouch! Yes. A deposit, non-returnable, £500. Only costs you £337 a month. or basically a mortgage your house. But it is stunning.
But that has to be that can't be a 1:6 scale. That has to be a full scale.
1:3 scale.
No, sorry.
1:3 scale. No. That's the price of a 1:3 scale. 35-inch tall statue. So it's not posable statue. You can
no. For me, as someone that likes to collect the wee bit and weird and wonderful stuff, it is. I've been shaking hands with Sam J. Jones, and within 15 seconds, Brian Blessed, I'm not paying this amount of money for them.
Yeah.
Unless it is a 1-to-1 scale of the person I actually shook the hand with.
Yeah. But some of the figures, I mean, there's the Doctor Who figures. K9, Mark II, Series 18, £160.
Oh, that one I actually would pay a little bit extra, but I would know I would be silly paying that money for it.
Yeah, it's a 6 scale. If I was paying, I want a full size one. I don't care if it's just plastic and there's not a lot else it does except look the size and just sits there. I would be happy with that for thingy, but some of them are stunning. Some of them I wouldn't buy because I think Nah, because like the Dalek, I like the Dalek and I like K9, but I'm not going to pay £200-300 just for something that is articulated so the neck can move a wee bit and the tail can move a bit, or the arm can come out a wee bit. I can get Daleks that don't do that and are a hell of a lot cheaper.
For me, it's all about the Back to the Future series. Yeah. I want the Marty McFly, the third one where he's in a poncho and a cowboy hat, but with the DeLorean. And I saw like a stupid price for it.
Look at Lady Penelope for Thunderbirds.
Oh, Penelope is gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, the gun, the makeup, and everything.
And anyone watching this, you get extra items with this, but
yes,
you will have to wait until Wednesday before I reveal more about what Ming and Flash Gordon really comes with, because they come with a lot.
Because on Wednesday, guess what we're doing the review of? We're doing Flash Gordon. Surprise, 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 surprise.
Ta-da!
Flash Gordon's a lot. Yeah, I know. It wasn't even actually Brian Breasted level of.
So, I mean, you have to be forgiven because there is no one. I've seen Brian Blessed live at least 25 times now. There is no one human being on this planet that can stop him. He just goes just like, oh, here we go. This is Brian Blessed. He's going to join the stage. And Brian Blessed just goes like, grabs the microphone and is like, I'm going to space. And this really deep booming, she just goes, he's going to space. Well, what? Wait, I'm here to hear him talk about what him being on Blackadder or something. It's like, no, I'm going to space and I have a farm with 4,000 animals. It's like, you go, what?
Brian is a over-the-top character.
Yeah, and he goes for the literal an hour and a half that you booked at for this convention. He just kidnaps it completely.
Okay, so I might remember him in Blackadder.
Yeah. By the way, Blackadder was what, 25 years before he did the most recent things he got known for? It's just like he had a quarter of a century of being very boisterous, what's it called? Shakespearean actor.
Yes.
And like uplifting that. It's like, oh, when you needed like deep booming voice, and that was him. But then he did like side gigs. And for me, I think he did Blackadder just for giggles. But I'm sad to say that the guy's in what? He's like 89, 90 years old now. If you have the opportunity to go and see him live, go do it. You will never have any other actor. And I've had Ian McKellen, Patrick, all of those big guys. There's no one like Brian Blessed. I kid you not. It's out there.
Brian Blessed was born in 1936.
He's 4 years younger than my dad.
30 years older than me. So 56, 80, so he's 80, 86. He's 86.
And he's training to actually go up to the ISS space station.
Yep. And he's still working. He's in pre-production of the making of Mr. Toad and Best and Bester. He plays Shouty Shirt in Best and Bester. It's a TV series.
If you go to his Wikipedia profile, he has
been in the Star Wars saga
animals on his farm.
Yeah, he's been in the Star Wars saga, the Lego Star Wars movie.
He's the
video game, sorry, the video game. He's done a voiceover for TV shows and stuff like that. He's done the 8-Man of the Amazon. He was the host. He was in the Wurzel Gummidge, the new TV show in 2020. The Saucy Nancy. He was the Abraham Longshanks voice. I've seen that. My friend's daughter loves the new Wurzel Gummidge. So I watched it because I love the old Wurzel Gummidge. Didn't think much of it, but she loves it, and I'd basically be sitting and talk about that when she comes down. So that was the reason I watched that one. But he's been into so many things. He's still.
It's more his voice and his presence that you remember throughout the years, rather than how frequent it was.
Even more younger viewers, he plays the Grandpa Rabbit in Peppa Pig. That's his voice.
But I'm going to give this. It doesn't matter, because if he comes on stage, whether it's for play production, in front of a film, TV series, TV show, big budget film, you remember him.
Oh,
you do not escape a meeting with Brian Blessed.
Yeah,
you will remember it.
He's one of those personalities it's very, very memorable, definitely. So very memorable. So right, let's see. We've got 5 people still watching. Come on. What's your plans for this Easter weekend? Any movies on your list to watch?
I'm sad to say I probably will be watching the Doctor Who story tomorrow.
Oh, no luck. Well, I'll be watching Doctor Who in the Sea Devils, the John Pertwee one. Well, my mother and father-in-law are over for a meal, so I may actually watch it at night.
The Sea Devils is a very good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. So I'll watch that tomorrow night. But
I'll already burnt my Easter dinner.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching at the moment. I'm in the process of watching Filthy Rich and Cat Flap.
Okay.
Rick Mail, Adrian Edmonds, and Nigel Planer. Filthy Rich and Cat Flap.
Very violent.
Is that one name for the one film?
It's a TV show. It's 6 episodes. It was one they did after the Young Ones. So you've got Filthy, who's the manager, Rich, or Richie Rich, who's the artist the actor who nobody wants to employ, but he thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Then you've got Cat Flap, which is Ed Edmondson, and he plays the bodyguard, Eddie. Eddie Cat Flap, you've got John Filth and Richie Rich. So Filthy Rich and Cat Flap. And it is typical. They play up to the camera. They speak to the camera directly. I'm going to be putting a couple of wee clips up in my channel over the next few months. So, but I've been watching that, and I'm in the process. I'm only in episode 3, and I think it's dated, very dated, but it's still fun.
Very violent, isn't it?
It's not as violent as the Young Ones used to be, or the Dangerous Brothers. It's not as violent. They don't really do the violence that they used to do in the Young Ones and stuff like that. It's just taking the mickey out of each other.
All right.
So there's the very first episode, they kill 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 milkmen, but it's not overly violent compared to what they used to do in the Young Ones or Bottom with each other.
I think in the young ones, I think they only killed 4 people, wasn't it? They killed the when they on University Challenge, they killed the Vivian dropped a bomb on the other team and
yes, yeah. But they would still throw things and the bombs and the bits and pieces. But you look at Bottom, what they used to do to each other.
I love the one where they took where the TV got taken away, and they try to entertain themselves by having a game of chess or something, and they can't do it properly because they don't have all the pieces. So, and then Eddie is a much better player than Rick, and so he ends up winning the game, and Rick just loses it with him and just batters him, and in the end, it ends up with with Eddie slamming Rick's head in the fridge, and he turns to the camera and breaks the fourth wall and goes,
it just goes clunk, 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 clunk. That one.
He goes like, it's a funny thing to do. They say TV influences violence. I'm smashing his head in, and we haven't even got one.
Yeah, but the Bottom was just one of those shows that it was very violent, but it was comic book violence. It was deliberately over the top, and that's the thing. See, people say, these programs are very violent. Yeah, but people actually can see that's comic book violence. It's over the top because it's not real. It's the movies where you've got somebody will walk up and they'll just go like that and poke somebody in the eye, but you see it from this side where the finger goes right in the eye. That's not funny. Whereas in theirs, it would be the head was at the back and you would just see the finger go boing. You knew that didn't go in because of the way the camera angle, but it was only meant to be funny.
But back then we played about the imagination we had. If you were 12, 13, 14 years old, you'd seen a lot of this in the comic books.
Mm-hmm.
In the stories,
Jerry,
like this is like gruesome, but you got the gist. You saw it once, and then it was like a thumb forward, smacking it. You knew that's bad. It's horrible. You didn't need to see it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You just need to see it once and just go, okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the difference between things like the Bottom violence so you could watch a program and it's a violent one where the guy's getting tortured and he's got his head in a vice and it's crunch and crunch. That to me is just sick violence for the sake of sick violence.
Yeah.
Because of that. However, whereas like Bottom, where you would turn around and you would go, turn around Eddie and go like that, and you see the finger that's meant to go right into his eye, you know it's not doing it, but because of the angle of the camera, you know it's just it's a prop stick. Mm-hmm. It's like the young ones takes a baseball bat and goes smack right in the ghoulies, and he goes, missed both my legs.
My legs.
So you know it's joke violence. Nobody actually thinks that somebody
that's why it's made me giggle today. But if you look at it, it is violence, horror, and gore on the other end. But we saw it for what it was meant to play, and we go giggle. There's like quick smile on the side.
But
that's good. Exactly it's well played. We're still with you in the story you want to tell. It's like whatever happened to the character is not nice, but it was played lightly. It wasn't played World War I, mustard gas, deep in the trenches. You couldn't pull your mask on.
Blackadder goes forth slightly, that type of thing. One's realistic and you know how horror is. The other one's jokey, funny. You know it's only played for laughs. Yeah. And that's the thing. They assume everybody can't tell the difference. Even kids could tell the difference. It's something that was done. Like kids used to play the Power Rangers. Mine's it was a case of we used to play soldiers. But we knew that if two of us were meant to be fighting, we weren't actually really hitting each other with stuff. We were pretending to hit each other. So if we were playing Kung Fu or we were playing whatever, it would be a case of ha! And all that stupid things. And the other one would go, oh, as if he's been hit. We were aware of it even when we were kids. Now they say, oh, but kids don't understand that.
I understand, and I understand why Power Rangers caused concern because it was a Japanese import, and Japanese kids TV. It is a lot more violent. It is quite shocking how, like, even Starfleet. We had Starfleet from over there. That was quite violent for a kids show. Like, I was kind of taken aback. But the thing about, I mean, Power Rangers is an American show, but they used a lot of footage from a Japanese show called Super Sentai, and that was where all the fight scenes were pretty fast. They were pretty ferocious. You know, and the Japanese version did go to darker places, like but the
thing is, the way it was said, but the thing is, when people were watching it, they were seeing the Power Rangers fighting the monster, the lava men or whatever, even though it was all. But people automatically assumed, oh, the kids wouldn't understand that, and you're sitting there thinking, you watch the two kids playing Power Rangers, and they're going and teach each other, but they're not actually hitting each other. They're just pretending to do it, and people actually think, oh no, they're going to actually cause them to beat each other up. Rubbish.
I don't get this. Where the bleep does this idea come from? Kids today can't understand things. They can't put things together. Because I grew up with He-Man, Transformers, Mars, Gummy Bears,
Ninja Turtles, Biker Mice from Mars.
No. Sorry, PJ, you're wrong here. You had Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles because you grew up on the wrong side of the planet.
No, we had
No. You grew up on the wrong side of the planet because ninja was a banned word in the entire United Kingdom.
When it was redone, yes, it changed the
hero. Exactly, but this is what I'm talking about. And if I'm going back to it, I'm watching He-Man and Transformers. I'll be quick. Sorry there. He-Man and Transformers. At the end of every show, they were going, we're big heroes, we're big and strong, but when you're going across the street, remember to look left, right, to make sure there's no car coming, and then you can walk across. They were always instilling big, moral, life lesson-worthy values into us as kids.
Yeah, what the thing about the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles thing, right? The cartoon version, when we got that was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles over here. The movie was still Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was the live action movie. I think that was still they still kept the ninja part. So
it must have been the movie I saw first then.
No. I actually dug into this deeply. Michelangelo was the character at fault, which is my favorite character, because nunchucks was considered far more lethal as a weapon, according to British authorities, than a knife blade. And anyone trying to wield a nunchuck, you're going to smack your face more than you're going to hit your enemy.
When they released Towns of Wing Chang on video, they cut the nunchucker scene out of the scene where the doctor attacked.
But they did that. You remember the Bruce Lee, the Enter the Dragon? When that was shown here, you see him get in underneath. He's got the sticks, and then it cuts to him sitting in the prison, and he puts the nunchucks over his neck. They cut that bit out from when he gets the nunchucks. He gets arrested. He gets put in prison. So they did, because that part was just not allowed to be seen in British TV. It was crazy. I'm sitting watching it, knowing what the movie is, and then they get to the bit, he's got the two sticks, the guy comes in and nunchucks, he does that and catches it. Then the next thing you see, the door's going down, and then he sits down and puts the nunchucks over his neck. And you're sitting there thinking, What happened to the bit in the middle?
Exactly. This is a weird thing, but don't feel disparaged because this was literally a split, and I think Finland-ish, Poland, Germany, France didn't allow it, but every country east of France, Spain, but not Portugal, but everything, shall we say, west of that, just went, if you have nunchucks, this is not okay. We don't care disembowelment, like liver, spleens, guts, whatever flowing on the floor. If you have nunchucks, us countries from this western border, nope, sorry, you cannot show it. And
remember the UK government was the ones that put a BB gun and a Kalashnikov in the same gun category.
It's like it was just some weird, wonky way that the West is just like, oh, you can't have these weapons. It's like, it's a nunchuck. It's a useless weapon. And even Shadiversity actually proved it's a useless weapon. And not only did he go, it's like, oh, I can do this with like a lot of YouTube clips. It's like, no, I've actually wielded this weapon for like 20 years of my life. It's useless. If you hit someone, the pivot point or the chain point will actually just smack back at you. Yes, you hurt them, but if you're not moving quick enough, when it bounces back, it will smack you on the chin as well.
Yeah.
But that, for some reason, is the weapon that literally everything left west of Finland, we're gonna ban it. You can't say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You have to say Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Heroes in a half shell. Power.
But the rest of the tune was exactly the same, but you couldn't say ninja. Everything west of Finland, Poland, whatever is east of that, Hungary.
Yeah. Well,
bizarre thing.
So this weekend, I think I'm going to actually watch that again.
Which?
I think I will. Enter the Dragon. Never mind the Hero Turtles, the Enter the Dragon, because I want to watch that nunchuck scene. Or basically the Game of Death. There's a couple of good nunchuck scenes in that.
Sorry to say, but Michelangelo is far better a nunchuck wielder than Bruce Lee will ever be. But Bruce Lee will always be the martial arts star of all time.
Thank you, Lynch, and happy Easter to you. Have a fun weekend.
Happy Easter to you, Kelly.
Happy Easter, Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is well, I mean, tomorrow, Easter, we're going to have, like, I'm hoping Monday, I'm going to be a wee bit busy. Being a granddad training, she's due on Monday. I know it could be 2 weeks down the line. But
well, I'm pretty certain that your first couple of days will be far more in concern for your daughter rather than your grandchild.
Yeah,
but
my daughter's basically as strong as I was. She'll be able to handle it better than I would probably be able to handle it.
Yeah, I'm still going to be thinking you're far more concerned about, are you okay? Let's get this thing going. Because you've been through it, because you're not a dad. Now you're a granddad. You're supposed to tell her how things are, and you're gonna go. I still have no clue.
I'm only actually meant to take the grandfather's great position where they go. Yeah, he needs change. Yeah,
I think I see your plan of attack. It's just like you're going this way. It's just like, yeah.
Do you want a wee dolly? You want a wee dolly? Here's a wee dolly for you. Then here's your wee dolly. Yeah.
There's an Alexi Sales sketch where he talks about like radio, TV radio transmissions, and the idea that maybe like the outer planets are going to receive our signals like 60 years in the future or something. So like he gets on the camera and goes, "Hey, you're not from Barnard Star. You're a bunch of asexuals. Your eyesight's poor and all this." He's reading something. Oh, now I'm in trouble. Now they're going to attack. But because it'll take 60 years for that to reach them, they'll just be in time to invade to conquer my grandkids. Which says that it'll tax right for borrowing money off me every third weekend.
See, Alexi Sale was one of those Marmite comedians. You either liked him or not. I was never a big Alexi Sale fan. And the young ones, he was sometimes when he played the Bolesky brothers.
Yeah,
he was good, but I could never do any stand up. Did not like any stand up. Really weird. The opposite was Harry Enfield. I liked his stand up, but I hated him when he was acting in anything.
And here's an Alexi Sale one for you. A real short one. I think you'll like this one. It's where he says, I really want to be down with the kids. So I said to this this kid on the street, "Yo, what's the word on the street?" And he said, "No parking."
See, no,
that's a horrible joke.
That's a dad joke. That's a dad joke. That's one of the ultimate dad jokes. It's basically, but it's done in reverse, where it's the kid doing it. It's the ultimate dad joke in reverse. The alternate comedian, instead of him telling the joke, it's the kid telling him the joke. But I like my alternate stuff because basically, like as I said, I'm watching Filthy Rich and Cat Flap, and even actually, if you've maybe seen Filthy Rich and Cat Flap, let's see, because I've got this one and I know it can actually, it's up my channel. So I know it can actually be played. So I'll just get it ready to play. Right, hold on. This is just, I think it's Father Christmas. This is a Father Christmas one, right? So I'll share it so you can see how silly it is, right? So as you can see, it's Ed Edmondson and Rick Mail. So here we go.
Richie, Orville is a nylon green day-glow duck in a nappy. The jury will hang you.
Edward, there may be children watching. Excuse me. What are you going to tell them next? There's no Father Christmas?
Yes, I am. No. Hello, kiddies. There is no Father Christmas. He's purely a marketing ploy to make low-income parents' lives a misery.
And that is basically... That's
but that's such a Rick Mail.
It is. It's very Rick Mail because they used to do the Dangerous Brothers and they just playing off in there. So it's not violent. It's just taking the mickey out of each other. This one.
The first thing I saw Rick Mail in was when he used to present Grim Tales.
No, the first time I saw him in was Kevin Tuvey. That was the first time I saw Rick Mail. I used to sit and watch him when he was doing Kevin Tuvey.
Oh, Grim Tales was brilliant. Like he had this this chair that was like it was live and this episode started with this chair playing this banjo, like I do this guitar solo, and then Rick comes on there like, "What are you doing?" And then starts hitting the chair. Stop it! I'm the celebrity here. And he goes, "Oh, hi kids." You know.
Yeah. Well, Richard Rick or Rick. As in Filthy Rich. So it's Richard, or Richard Rick. So Filthy Rich. Anywho, never mind that. He played that type of character in this. Hi, I'm famous. Look at me. Woo! you must love me because I'm famous. Look at me, I'm gorgeous, and all this stuff. That's his over the top character.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Adrian Edmond played his bodyguard, who was useless and was a drunk and stuff like that. So, and Nigel Planer plays his agent, John Filthy. That's why they call him Filthy John. It's not Filthy John, it's John Filthy. Filthy Rich and Catflap. I always wondered what the names were. It was only because when I first saw it, the very first time I saw it, I thought, that's a really weird one. I wonder what they're going to, because normally, like the young ones, you only had the young ones, and it was all Cliff Richard stuff, and one of them was a Cliff Richard fan. I'm sitting there thinking, where the hell does Filthy Rich and Catflap come in? And then I realised it was Richie Rich, and then you had John Filthy or Filthy John, and I'm sitting there thinking, so where's Catflap? Because it was always just Eddie. It was only later on they introduced him as Eddie Catflap. Oh, that's where we get the name. And I realised it was the three character names. It took me a while. I was a bit younger then. I was only in my early 20s. So I was when I first watched it.
Oh, that's just great. You just displayed me doing a typo.
That's okay. As long as I don't type, I'm okay. I'm putting that down as my excuse for no typing.
I was just saying hello to Cam, and I was thankful for him just dropping in and having a week.
What we're going to do is we're going to finish up in 10 minutes. Even I'm starting to flag, and I'm up early tomorrow because we've got visitors and we've got cooking to do and the cleaning to do and the sleeping to do. No, sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Sleeping. I'm sorry. Are we paid for that? Are we paid to go to sleep?
No. We just don't get paid to wake up.
Well,
So,
yeah. Well, I see your logic. It just doesn't jive with my logic.
Yeah. So, what's your plans YouTube wise, Jim? I know what yours is. Yours is the same as mine. What about you, Sadako? Any other channels? Any Doctor Who things apart from tomorrow? He's going to be on discussing anything?
Possible. Do you know Enigmatic Joker?
Yes.
He sometimes does Doctor Who overviews, like he covers like each Doctor's personality, and he's done them, and he's been talking about maybe doing a similar series, either covering the latest episodes or doing the companions next. Now, he hasn't said when it'll happen, but
I'd like to see the companions because I watched the classic Doctors once when he was doing them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I hope he does them because I would like. I do enjoy talking about the companions as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to be too pushy here, but I would recommend me and PJ, maybe maybe Darren, maybe Sadako, maybe a few more. Wednesday, we will be talking about Flash Gordon.
Yes, the Wednesday coming, we are doing Flash Gordon. The one with Brian Blessed, Mind the Merciless. It's not. We're not looking at.
We're talking Max von Sydow
classic TV show. We're not looking at the Flash Gordon TV show, which was after this movie. The movie. We are not looking at. I've got the TV show, and to me it was pants. So you're talking about the 1980s Flash Gordon movie. We are going to be looking at
Max von Sydow, Brian Blessed, Sam J. Jones.
That's what we're going to be looking at.
The Flash.
Yeah,
I believe you know what film we're talking about.
Yep.
Flash. Yes.
Let's go to the lie.
That's for us and Ajax to bring back his body.
And I'm sorry, this is a humble brag, but I've been closer to Sam J. Jones and Brian Blessed at the same time, closer than I am to this webcam.
Thanks, Rex, because I thought he was going to say to us two, and considering I'm in Scotland.
No.
You can honestly see
I was
right in this moment
literally
in time,
reaching distance. If I did this, I would have touched them.
That's what I'm saying. You're basically, you can honestly see you're closer to Brian Blessed than you are to me at this very moment.
Well, I think
if he stays in England somewhere,
these days, because Brian Blessed is just like, he wants to go to space, and I was like, at least you two guys, it's like, no, we're staying here on England, Great Britain, United Kingdom, or whatever. This tiny island, we're not going to the moon or Mars.
So tomorrow there's going to be a box opening on my channel. That's for my bobbleheads. So have a look at that. See, so you can see them. I've actually taken one of them out, or the Laura and Hardy ones out, so you can see them a bit better.
Yeah, you couldn't help yourself.
Couldn't help myself. Well, I did take them all out and then I put them all back in. I want to keep them in the box because I've got a nice wee shelving unit there, and I'm putting them beside my bobblehead Daleks.
Oh,
I've got a set of 4 of them.
Oh, if only Wend had been awake tonight, she would have gone like, give me.
So basically, my bobbleheads are all going to go there, and then when I get the next set of the ones, anytime I did, the bobbleheads are going to go in that shelving unit. At the moment, it's got my Batman figures on it as well, because they can take the bottom shelf. That's my Batman figures, these ones. So,
that's a nice one. Is
that
an Adam West?
No, these are the year. So that is the 90. That was the very first Batman comic book Batman that came out. So this is the Batman debut. That's the debut Batman. So it first came out. So that's why it's in the black and white. Then you had. This is the 1950s Batman. No, wait a minute. Is that the fit? That's the 1960s. This is the 1950s Batman. So that's the 1950s Batman, right? So you had the debut Batman, black and white, as you can see. Then you had
that's Batman. A lot more to the comic book ones before the TV
and then
show.
You had the 1960s Batman. So this one is the more of the time around the 66 Batman. So it was based on this one rather than this one. And you can see it's to do with
the one you have in your left hand is just slightly after Adam West and what's his name? Because it had more the embellished costume and colors and everything.
So it's basically I like the classic Batman. So there is another 4 or 5 in the set, but they're actually all the modern Batman, and I'm not interested in them. So I only got the 3: the debut, the 50s, and the 60s Batman. Because believe it or not, I like my classic stuff. So I didn't get any of the modern stuff. They had a load more in that collection of the more modern Batman.
Like you always say, I'm not classic. I'm
not old. I'm classic.
No. I'm classic. I'm just not old.
Yep. And this
this one you will have to put in a dark corner so you can light it up properly.
See, the problem with trying to get decent pictures, because anytime I take a picture of it, it just looks that glowy. So it does. You could see it under the shadow of the dragon, how the bits, you see the red glow.
It still looks gorgeous, but you will have to figure out how to take a good shot.
When I might actually do a video just sitting in the dark, just showing and just seeing it pulse. It looks great, so it does. It looks better from here when even with the lights on, because I could see it, but because of the camera just takes all that light and just focuses it, it just doesn't look great.
Yeah, you will have to share it special.
I'll need to do it. I might actually do it. It might just be just a couple of pictures, and I might upload them to YouTube or something like that. But it will look. So tomorrow there's a wee box opening for that. Wednesday, join us for Flash Gordon.
Sorry, I don't have a Nosferatu. I can't do. Here we go, Ash.
Ash. So Ash and
Wolfman. Even with your sound effects, I think I'm still going to steamroll your butt.
With the Ming the Merciless, there is no contest. Once I get my Big Chief Ash, then there'll be contest.
You see, I will counter that, and I hope I can get it in time. I will have my Marty McFly.
I'll have my Laura and Happy.
I'll have a DeLorean.
I'll have a pint of beer or something like that. I'm not having it.
A pint of beer? What do you mean? An Iron Brew always defeats a pint of beer.
Well, see, with the Big Finish, they've got I know they have got the Ecto one. I don't know if they've got the DeLorean.
Ooh.
They've got the Doc. I saw the Doc. I saw two of the Doc. One in his white coat and one is the cowboy with the gun. The rifle, remember his rifle? In Back to the Future 3.
Yeah, so the one I'm thinking of trying to attain is Marty McFly
as Clint Eastwood.
He has the poncho, he has the cowboy hat, but he's stepping out of the DeLorean.
Yeah. So I don't.
Clint Eastwood? What kind of stupid name is that?
The name's Eastwood. Clint Eastwood. Right. Big Chief.
I would say this is the one time Hollywood really managed to make something correct. First time we get across this, he's wearing literally like, this is a 1980s, maybe very early 90s. I was part of it, by the way. Guilty.
They do a DeLorean.
But you had this, and you traveled 30 years back in time, and it's like, why are you wearing a lifesaver's jacket? Yeah, third picture.
That's the one.
That's the one. The third picture. That's the one with the cowboy hat.
That's the one with the hoverboard. Then you've
no hoverboard. I want him 19.
It's only 850 quid for the DeLorean.
That's 850 pounds.
That's it.
850 pounds. For anyone that is American, that is about 1,400.
No, I think it's about $1,000. I think it's about $1,000. I don't think the exchange.
No. The Americans are slightly weaker against the British. There is about 900 is about 1,400 for them.
So 850 pounds to US dollars. Let's see. United States dollars. Convert 1,110 for roughly £850.
Well, I'm not Google. I just did it through my brain, but
yeah,
it's
actually, see, that's a good thing. My brain is still in a box; it's never been used.
I'm not certain about that statement factual. It's very sharp as it is.
Yeah. So the good thing is with this, you can actually have it in 4 wheels. The doors opened, the doors closed, or you can have it hovering, or else you can you get the bits so you can actually have it ready to fly like that.
Sorry to say, the price you just shown our viewers, that's just for the DeLorean.
That's just
not for Marty. That's not for Doc Brown.
No, the Marty and Doc Brown. Oh, why is it? No, didn't like that one.
Brown and Marty are not included in the set.
It's going to cost that much money. I expect it to at least travel in time, probably.
Yeah. That's these ones here. So let's have a look at Marty and Doc from back.
You're looking at the one I want, and that's £12,000.
£285 for Marty.
For Marty,
285 for the Doc as well.
No. Yeah. So now you're about 600, and then you want the DeLorean, which is another 600.
Yeah. So yep.
1,200 great British pound.
800
or great Scottish pound, if you like that.
£1,400. £1,400, yeah. So that'd be about $2,000.
Yeah.
US dollars. And that's just for them. And there's a couple I'd love to get my hands on.
You have a massive collection of Thunderbirds there.
Yes, I know. They've only got the one figure, and it's Lady Penelope, but they have Thunderbirds smaller figures. They even do statues instead of just these figures as well, because the pre-order, that's the statues.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's that one.
There's just
that
a
was the
handful
Batman,
of what they
it was
offer.
1,800. But these are just statues. So look at the Cara Dune one, right? Sold out, but let's have a look at it. The cost of the Cara Dune one. £440 for the statue.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that Az has got, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it, but I did get my hands on it, and holy crap.
Look at that one.
It's like the attention to details and everything. It's like,
here's your
really?
turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Look at that one. Sold out, unfortunately. £125.
Oh, I'd love Stan Lee doing the hero stance.
Yeah, look at that.
How much money is that?
That's £125, but it's sold out, which means you would probably get it on eBay for more than that price.
You're probably gonna have to add 2 zeros behind that. But
yeah.
Holy
look at that one.
Oh, Skeletor
on the throne.
But 350 quid. What the heck?
That's a statue. So it's a statue. That's the size of it there.
It's 1.6, but I mean, I'm feeling happy about the 2 characters I paid for.
I bet that's
I'm
what
just going. It's like this is what you do once every 2 years.
You didn't pay for a statue. You paid for the figure.
No, statue. Figure different. It's like I can change the combination.
Yeah.
But I got the unique combo of Ming and Flash. I can have them in civil conversation, or I can have them in intense battle.
There you go.
Because there's so many things you can have.
Look at that one.
Oh, come on. How much is that? How much is Bruce
£580. Sold out. So it is.
I don't care about sold out. I just care about if I did go for it. It's like that's 6 months worth of saving.
But
that's 6 months worth of me going, no fun, no bananas, no nothing. I want to hunt for this.
I mean, look, Iron Fist.
Iron Fist, I wouldn't be curious.
I wouldn't be interested in ones like that. Even the Iron Man, Hellboy, one I'm not even interested in. It looks good.
Hellboy, I would be, but not for £1,200. I would not be interested in.
Especially after the way fucking Nutcase has actually gone down the rabbit hole.
But what, £1,200? If he was a 1-to-1 figure, I don't care about who's acting or playing him. There you go. And I feel slightly cheated now that I have got this unique set, but I do realize that the one they're selling that you showed off now, that is not the one that belongs to the set I bought that has 1,000 unique, you can never buy again, different hands, different sets, different skills, different positions.
What they do is see this is a 1,000 limited edition. See, out of the 1,000, remember they do the non-refundable deposit.
No. Mine was Ming and Flash.
Aye, they basically.
You can't get this combination again.
There's the Flash there.
Yeah, it's not the
but
same.
That's what I'm saying. See, these ones, they're ones that people have played the deposit and then went cancel. So they've already been on certain, so they're part of the 1,000. But see, it's sold out now. That's basically the thing is they put it sold out there, Ming the Merciless, and it should say it's still available. So that's
you
basically
can't
somebody's cancelled it. That's somebody's cancelled it, and it's still there'll probably be one or two. You'll be lucky if you get one or two left.
You see, you Ming the Merciless was 260.
See, the signature edition is sold out.
For both of them, I paid 500 quid.
Yeah.
That's 260 for him alone.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So that's one somebody's actually pre-ordered as part of the pre-order and then cancelled it, which means they've lost their deposit. So if they sell that, they're getting the deposit back in it. They're getting a hell of a lot more. But
yeah. But I'm looking at and because I have it physically here. The product you're looking at, it's not the same.
Look at the James Bond one. Look at that one. Come on, open.
Yeah, I don't want the Ray one.
The Scene Canary.
Anyway,
go ahead, Sadako.
No, just I'm probably gonna have to turn in.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to basically do that as well. We were just because we got caught up in it. Just got Evil Dead Groovy Collection. Wow, does it come with the Army of Darkness? Yeah, I know that. I've got the same collection. I had to buy the Army of Darkness separately. However,
I'm just letting the audience know what
I've got the sales. I've got the sales, so I have.
Oh, traditionally,
the Army of Darkness, Evil Dead stuff. I've got the sales, and it's got the Army of Darkness in it.
Traditionally, you're supposed to eat the eggs tomorrow or Monday.
Traditionally, tomorrow, Easter Sunday.
Yay! Okay.
Easter Monday is just basically the holiday. That's all it is. Easter, you don't really need the Easter holiday, Friday or Monday, but it's a holiday weekend. So because of that, you always have a Monday, the Easter Monday or Easter Friday, one or the other, or both, depending on the company.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you Southerners are talking about.
Right.
Easter Monday is literally the day you need to sleep off all the big fatty foods that you've had for the past 3 days. So you can just sleep it off because you're literally that fat.
Sorry, Jim. If I was going to sleep off the fatty foods that I've eaten over the previous 3 days, then I would be sleeping every day.
Right. Can you just wait there a minute? I'm going to show you the egg I got.
Right. Hold on. He says, well, he's to be getting the egg. Wait, I need to check something. I had to bring this down just specially for Cam if you can view it. So I'm going to give myself the big screen. And
no, that was me.
Watch this.
Such a good thing.
The cells from the Evil Dead trilogy. So there's one. And it's from the Film Cell Company. I picked that up at Comic-Con a few years back. It's cool.
I'll give this to you, PJ. I'm not sure if I've read Cam's comment correctly, but he might be on the road. So read it out for him.
What's a Numo egg?
No missing out, apparently. A vegan and free from. I wasn't looking for a vegan one, but it was the only one they had in Sainsbury's. Like I just got it today, and they were really kind of like, it was very lucky to find any. Like Tesco had none, Asda had none. Sainsbury's was the only one that had any, and this is what was there.
Yeah.
Well, you said who had it, but what was it really for? If nothing else,
it's basically a vegan egg. It's basically no animal fat, but made from. Correct?
Yeah, it's basically it's my Easter egg. Bought it for myself.
So like Cadbury and whatever it is that you usually get. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
It was just like confusion. It's like, okay, I saw what it is. I saw what it may be for, but I didn't understand where would you deploy it.
No, it's an Easter egg.
Cool. I know. I might actually have an advantage tomorrow morning.
I've got an advantage. I've got 2.
I didn't have the heart to buy 2 because I know that basically I wanted to get 2, but I thought but some people are going to be lucky to find 1, so I'll make it easy for them.
Yeah. No, I basically, because I very rarely eat eggs. I'm not a great chocolate one, but I've got 2. I got one from work and I got one from my wife. That's all I needed.
I shouldn't be getting any really because I should see my dentist because I've got a crack in my tooth. But I've also got a sweet tooth.
Yeah. See, that's the thing is, I've got a very sweet tooth. I'm diabetic. I shouldn't have eaten, but I've got a very, very sweet tooth. So things like...
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. And it's sherbet lemons, it's iron brew chews, and it's sweet peanuts. I've got a big box of chocolate and stuff like that sitting up there. I don't eat as much as I used to. I used to have them there and maybe have one a night or something like that, so I don't have it too many. But I used to, when I was younger, you're only talking about maybe 10 years ago, I would be sitting every night, even though I was diabetic. My blood sugar was going, but I would go, sitting there with donuts and fish suppers and stuff like that. But I got married and my wife's a great cook and I eat healthier now. Still eat the occasional junk food, but not as much as I used to because I get better food. So that's been a good book. So, guys, we are going to finish off. Thank you for everyone for sticking with us until 1:45 in the morning. And remember, my box opening's up tomorrow. We will be back on Wednesday for Flash Gordon. Join us and we can get to see more of Ming and Flash from the big chief at Jim Scott. Looking forward to seeing more detail in them. Sadaku, thank you for joining us. We'll keep an eye out for anything you're on with the Doctor Who, especially with this new episode tomorrow. We'll look to see. Anytime I see somebody talking about it and they're talking how crap it is, I'll say, "Oh damn, poor Sadaku." But you're watching it, so we don't have to. So we're okay with it.
I promise I will have Ming and Flash as up to date as I can.
Good, because when we're talking about it, you can be showing it off as we're discussing the movie.
Well, we already know that Wen wants to put up her Nosferatu versus my Ming. I'm not sure what you're gonna bring to it, but I'm certain.
Any dead date is no chance. Any dead date's no chance. This is my boomstick.
I am Ming, the merciless. I have one of those buttons too, but I'm not going to experiment tonight.
I know, but it could be worse. It could be bringing in the team.
Oh, now you're just cheating.
Team
Don't
Wolf.
you worry. Once I have my Marty McFly, Doc Brown, and Ming the Merciless, and Flash Gordon, you will be outnumbered.
Unfortunately, your Marty McFly and the Wolfman will team up. They'll team Wolf up.
I don't have a button for that sound.
Yeah, I know, that was a bad one. Team Wolf up. I thought that was quite clever, that one. I thought that was a good dad joke.
No, granddad joke.
Good granddad joke then. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you
considering
definitely
it was
hit it
off
in
the
the
cuff.
area.
It was off the cuff. You mentioned Marty McFly, and I had the Wolfman there. I thought I was being smart-ish, sort of. Anyway, thank you for joining us, one and all. We are going to finish there, and we'll see you all on Wednesday. So, from myself, Jim and Sadaku, and all my fellow hosts who were on earlier on, thank you for watching us. And remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. PJ maybe, and the gang.